Happy New Year, everybody. So 2021, here we go. Like, is everybody excited? Is everybody kind of like blah? How was your New Year's? Hello, hello, hello. It's good to see you all. Brandon, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, love.
How you doing?
It should be a happy year, I'm hoping. Here is to hoping for everybody.
We're praying, right? I'm just going to move the camera a little bit. Sorry. So you guys can hear us okay, see us okay. Everything is good for everybody. Just making sure.
Looks good over here.
Good, good. So, probably free. Very quiet New Year's, hoping for the best. Yeah, lots of love to you too. We had the quietest New Year's. I'm not going to lie. Like, going into 2021, you have all those resolutions, you have all of those, things that I remember walking into 2020 going, this is what I'm going to do. And, here's the thing. I did accomplish a good portion of what I had planned, which was good. Even though some of it was probably delayed, right? Mostly because of the fact that you're just, you're in that spot of, do I want to get up off the couch, or do I want to do this, or do I want to do that? Like, I'm being very open about this. Like, there was times where, you just kind of sit there and you go, I can't even believe that this is all happening. And now walking into 2021, I do feel optimistic, but a muted optimistic. Like, not.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Like, am I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is weird because, like, we were encouraged this year to be lazy and stay home and stay on the couch, and just binge Netflix documentaries and whatever. And so, I mean, I feel like I've never seen that in my entire life being alive. I've never seen an encouragement to just do nothing,
I found it really odd that instead of encouraging like healthy eating, exercise, really taking care of ourselves, hey guys, here's a meal plan that will really help, how about we promote this? How about we promote that? You're right. It was very much, hey, everybody Zoom and everybody do this and everybody go virtual and, all of that. Right. So
it makes me question, the motives of people in power. And I was thinking about this last night and about how, we've seen on like TV shows or people guessing about the future that we're going to have, drones delivering our packages and, you can order things instantly. And this year, like, kind of
100%,
gave
right?
way for that to happen because delivery things are more accessible now. There's all sorts of stuff that you can get delivered to your house and in different ways. And so I feel like this is a perfect year to usher in that story, that way of living. And I don't know, I feel like it's helped a lot of people get comfortable with being detached from being in person.
Being detached. And, here's the thing. This is also one of the reasons why we developed this show, is because of that detachment that, we were feeling with our friends and family. And we thought, what is a good way to bring this? Let's bring a community together of people that are like-minded, that we can help, that we can, participate. There's a participation, with everything. And I'm really enjoying this. I'm actually enjoying some plans that Brandon and I have coming up going into the next little while, and we're freaking excited. We're just working it all out.
Should we tell them a little bit about it?
Yes. I'm going to let you take care because I've already talked enough today. So.
So for those of you that have, followed us and connected with us, so Kathy and I, one of the things we were talking about recently is how lucky we are just even for our own friendship, between her and I, and how even just being at a distance, but having this psychic perception individually, it's allowed us to really connect on a whole different level. And I'm sure a lot of you have experienced this with your close friends, but there's something that two psychics or several psychics, when they're in communication together, it's like we're communicating right in front of each other. Like if Kathy is telling me something, that happened during her day, I'm experiencing it as if I was right there.
Yeah.
And I can feel her. I feel her energy. I feel the other people around. And then she is then feeling me and my reaction. And then it's like this cycle, it's a cycle of like deep understanding. And I think a lot of people, they don't see that, they don't really see this side of the lifestyle. Really, it's a lifestyle,
it is,
our life to be receptive to that. And so what Kathy and I were talking about, and we've been thinking about this for the better part of over a year, and now it just seems time to really develop like a community where other people who are, intuitively, psychically, or paranormally sensitive to be able to come together and to share in the space of community and learning and trial and, just bringing success really to everybody, but kind of making this space, this little safe space or network for people to come together. So we're pretty excited about this. We're working and developing right now.
There's going to be live guests. There's going to be community participation. Like
there will be membership bonuses and privileges.
Everything. Like we're so pumped. We're so excited. And we just can't wait to bring it. and it is. It's just, you always have to work out those fine little details. But I think, we're going to do it probably pretty quickly because of the fact that we're both so pumped about this entire project. So,
and it's Aquarius energy, like sevenfold coming up. So it's the perfect time to do that, to broadcast, focus on humanitarian efforts. It's perfect timing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm just going to read some of the, that is the way things will be more and more building communities. That's exactly, Karen.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I feel like, it's hard, right? Because right now, with everything going on, we feel that we can't just walk up to somebody and hug them. But through the connections that we're building and allowing yourself to go into that intuitive space, allowing yourself to go into that virtual, I guess is probably the best way to say it, virtual energy, you are in essence able to still grab those people and give them that hug. Like we're learning more and more. I mean, that's one of the things that 2020 did bring about, is that ability to really grasp onto energy, to really be able to, see energy in different ways, whether we're calling it energy or whether we're using another term for that. But this is allowing us to bring about, different, it's allowing us to, it's challenging us in different ways. And that is one thing that we do have to appreciate. That's one thing that we do have to look at in that positive sense. And, right? Like that's what I keep thinking too.
Something keeps flashing in my mind right now, this vision, this idea, this concept, like a thought train kind of being channeled into my brain, which is that as humanity evolves, especially with the internet, and the ease of accessibility, other things have to then take place for, human development, or they naturally will. And I think the whole psychic intuitive thing is going to be a symptom of the internet accessibility, because everything is readily available on the internet, right? Like we have seen an information overload, and so many people don't know how to sift through information or don't know if it's valid or real. And that's why, as you and I have talked about so many times this year, that you have to listen to your own self and your own instincts to know what information is applicable, for you, for your life, or, what you plan to do on your path. And so that intuition, that instinct, that psychism, that is going to be a tool of importance, I think, this next year, even over the next probably 10, 20 years, as this great conjunction, did happen in Aquarius. It just feels like the natural step, the natural evolving step.
I thought I turned my volume off. Apparently I did not. Sorry. You know,
It's popular.
yeah, emails of junk. But yeah, but the other thing I was thinking of too is, this is so much a year of people really, again, we've talked about this before, about the real and using your intent, using your intuition and really seeing who is connecting. Because now that the fact that we're not able to have that energy as much, in that one-to-one, that person, we're really relying on, and I mean, I'm going into like, not me, I'm not going on to them. that's taboo for me, but I'm talking about like people that are on dating sites, you know, all of those, even groups, right? Like, we have these groups on Facebook, or we have these groups that are in Twitter or whatever, just connecting one-on-one. And because we're not having that, one-on-one interaction, you really do have to use your own intuition and follow through with what it is that you're picking up. You have to look at that. And it's funny because with 2020, a lot of my clients, they've been on these dating sites and all of this junk, and they're like, well, do you think that they're this? Do you think that they're that? And it's like, honey, like, what does your gut say? Because you probably wouldn't be asking me to some degree if you already knew the answer to that, or if you were not secure within that answer to some degree, especially if it's an everyday thing. If you're asking me every day, you're not trusting yourself. You have to trust yourself. Once in a while is fine, like, absolutely, right? Because we can all be fooled, we can all be, tricked or led, or, sometimes we let our emotions take over. But if we have to trust within ourselves too. And we had and I especially because we do work on the same app, and we do have clients that we've dealt with. And it's different between, I think, friends to some degree. Like, I have friends that we talk and we share things, and we look at different energies and stuff like that. But at the same time, you're kind of wondering with some of these people, like, are you not using your intuition? Use your intuition. What is that telling you? How come this? Like, especially if they're bouncing around from person to person to person to person, start opening up. Where's that energy? Who do you feel good with? Rather than, if you've got a thing of 10 people, where are you feeling good with that 10 people, right?
That's, I think, as you were talking, and you said it several times, because that seems to be the main point of focus. And as you were talking, Spirit was like, well, not many people trust themselves. And it makes so much sense, that could be one of our big focuses, and one of our maybe starting points, for some of the classes and things that we're going to do with our members, is teaching them how to trust themselves, and that being one of the biggest first steps. Because I mean, I don't know about you, Kathy. I'm certain I know the answer, but I know I couldn't do this work if I didn't have an inherent trust within myself,
Absolutely.
And the information that I'm picking up on. Like, that is key. That is key to understanding this level.
It sometimes is hard within ourselves, though, especially because we may want something so bad that we're not, trusting within that energy, right? But at the same time, we do 2 degrees know the answer. We just have to allow that answer to present itself in a way that is going to make us trust ourselves, right? So I'm thinking, so we're doing New Year's predictions this year. So I'm really excited about this. Is everybody excited? Do you have we'll probably start, we'll start building the list pretty soon here and getting it going. Do you have any global predictions, Brandon?
Global predictions. Well, I have been focusing a lot on politics and things. And so anytime that happens, it kind of throws the energy everywhere, because you're looking at so many
much energy. Yeah.
Manipulative variables, and so many people with, I don't know, chains and degrees of separation and connection upon another and another and another. And so you never know where the motivation is truly coming from. And as you know, like you stayed on some of the applications and things you work on, doing third party readings is not going to be my focus, because the energy gets distorted. Because when you go through a chain of people, you're picking up on all of their perceptions of these other people. So it can be a little diluted or difficult.
Yeah.
So I've kind of tried to stay away from predicting anything as far as politics. But one of my biggest ones, and somebody did mention it in the chat already, is that there's going to be more communities being developed. And I absolutely see that. We're going to see this merging of technology and specifically spirituality or ideas of faith being merged into technology. That's going to be one of the biggest things that I see this year, is a lot of that happening.
I do see that too.
I do also feel that the one thing that I keep seeing is the voice of the rebel is going to be big this year.
Yeah.
And I can see it from every different country where people that have been a more silent majority, the people that I feel that are more based on earth, reality, common sense, understanding. I see that voice rising quite a bit this year, and that they're going to be the ones to try to marry these two opposing sides. And I mean that in every facet of the dichotomy we've seen in this past year, where we're going to see that median voice becoming a little bit more predominant. Again, we're in this Aquarius energy, this hardcore Aquarius energy. And Aquarius, they just want people to come together. They just want people to be like, all right, enough with the BS.
Be honest, be straightforward, be open, don't hide things, because we pick it up. We know when you're full of crap. Right? We know.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a big highlight on communication. I feel like there's going to be a lot of suppressed communication, but the way that Spirit shows it to me is that it's like all of these underground roots and all these little underground connections and communities kind of coming together, and being able to share information that creates new opportunities. So it'll be, I think it is going to be a very constructive and informative year this year.
I think what I see with that, though, because again, being in that Aquarius energy, we sort of expanded out a little bit. And what I do see, and this is why I do feel like not only with this show and what we're going to try to, build and present, and my hair's all over the place, is we also really want you guys to work on yourselves and to bring, I don't know what I'm doing here. Sorry. Okay. My hair was like, I don't know. It was like a spider web in front of my face. It was, as we're going through this, throughout this year, and like we were talking, like you were saying, with communities being built and new, I also see the possibility of a lot of, it brings me back to, like, I want to say, like, it reminds me of something like what I would assume the 60s would be, where people are just opening up spiritually, right? They're starting to kind of get it. They're, they have these hippie camps and, this faith and that faith and this faith and this faith, and people sort of bouncing around. And this is why I feel like within your own intuition to truly follow that. It's really interesting. This brings me back to something that I've actually noticed. And it is a little bit, it's not really particularly political, but it is something that I've noticed. And it's funny because there's people that are saying, there's that term, don't be a sheep, and I feel like this is so important. Don't be the sheep, but follow who you are. If this resonates with you, it's going to resonate with you. If it does not resonate with you, don't try to force it, because when you're trying to force that resignation, that's where you're doubting your own self. You're trying to doubt your own abilities. You're trying to doubt your own inner guidance. And it's funny because I recently noticed, I'm on Twitter and I sort of follow a lot of political crap or whatever. And, I'm kind of silent within it, but I'm following and observing and whatever. And I noticed something, and it's like these people that are saying don't be a sheep are all of a sudden like all freaking retweeting each other, and they're like, yeah, that's right, and then they're all talking like each other, and I'm like, you used to speak like a person who had intelligence before,
your own voice,
and now you're copying the language of somebody that I absolutely have no respect for. And that, so you're seeing this sheepish behavior coming from people that are running around claiming don't be sheep. And you're like, what the hell, dude? Why are you doing this? That doesn't make any sense to me. You never used to speak like this, or, your past tweets, or, even speaking, if you speak with them in person or whatever it was, and you're starting to notice that. And it's like, okay, but your whole thing is don't be this. So why are you now being that, instead of standing within your own energy and saying, look, this is how I feel. Right. And so it's really interesting. And I feel like there's going to be a lot of, like I said, different communities are, like you had said, I meant different communities coming up. But are people going to trust themselves in following what is coming through? There are some really great YouTube creators, spiritually on the internet. And somebody will say, hey, I really like this person, you should follow them. And I'll watch 5-10 minutes of it. And I'm just like, I'm not there. I'm glad that you enjoy it, but it's not for me. There's maybe too much commercialism, or it's too many of those words that are just, cliche that I'm going to throw out, and something like that. But there might be somebody else that I'm watching and I'm just like, oh my God, I totally resonate. But you can't expect that. You got to follow your own guidance, right?
Well, that's what spirituality is. And I think there's a lot of people, and innocently so, who are following others and just kind of mimicking words or phrases that they hear, and they just repeat them, and they call themselves, the spiritualist of some kind. But spirituality is not defined by the vocabulary that you use. It is literally defined by the internal perspective that you have. It's about following that inner pull, that inner voice, that inner instinct. And that is spirituality. That is it. It's not about following other people's words and, I'm this generational healer because, I've been ordained by somebody who waved a wand at me on Zoom or something like that.
Spirituality is not about having 800 numbers or letters or certificates behind your name. The bottom line is it's not. It's good for learning, and it's good for yourself, perhaps to increase your own abilities or to be able to help. But it doesn't make you better than somebody who just, has been truly going into themselves and learning, right? And that's what we have to be aware of.
Yeah. I think that's if you're sitting here judging somebody and saying, oh, well, they're not a good enough spiritualist, they're not a good enough this or that.
I don't have A, B, C, D, E, F, G behind my name, so I obviously don't know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, and you've already showed your ass if you are holding, a judgment over people like that. And it's not about, all the little certifications or things that you did from these it's literally about following your own internal guidance and voice, because ultimately that little internal guidance and voice is connected to the collective, is connected to source, is connected to spirit and the universe. And that's literally what it is being about. It's existing on multiple dimensions or planes of reality at once, and integrating that perspective into one whole perspective. So
Absolutely.
hopefully this is the year for everyone to be able to understand an authentic expression of that. And some people said in the chat, and I think they're absolutely right, is the other thing that I pick up on about this next year is this very like innocent, almost naive, free spirit that comes through everybody. And they keep saying it's going to be a little hippy dippy, and I think they're right. You know, I think we're going to hit the Renaissance in the middle of this year, and things are really going to start opening up in a more existentially focused way.
And it might come through because of a matter of safety. It might come through with a matter of like that sense of community. It might come through, you know, in several different ways. You can, you know, it's hard to say how it will be brought about, but I feel that too. I feel that too.
It's going to be beautiful. And I think having representation out there is a good way to go. And that's why I'm excited about our little project, because we'll offer that safe space, you know, for people to come and to heal and to learn and to connect and gather, and all in the name of authenticity and listening to the self.
And you just nailed it, authenticity. And that's exactly what we want to continue to bring to you guys. And, you know, just to be able to, you know, it's funny, like as a reader, you know, my goal is that, of course, I want you to watch the show. Okay. Right. But as a reader, ultimately, my goal for a person is to not have to need me as a reader. I want you to enjoy me as a reader. I want you to enjoy what I have to bring, but I don't want you to need me as a reader. You know, the way I look at it is ultimately for myself, you know, there's seven billion people on the world and on the earth, right? And here's the thing, there's no competition within spiritual guidance. We're all going to, but just you have to go with your own intuition, your own feelings, your own thoughts. If you feel that somebody is bringing something to you, please, you know, utilize that energy, you know, and at some point, sometimes, you know, the student rises above the teacher. And that's okay, right? Again, there's no competition, because spirit doesn't have a competition. Spirit's not sitting there going, you know, I got to be better than this person. Spirit doesn't work like that. And that's the one thing that we have to remember. I have clients that I've had for years, and they'll be like, oh, you know, I'm sorry I don't come to you anymore, but I'm in such a great place. And I'm like, go, have fun. You're now my friend, you know, like we've built a friendship, and I'm just glad I was able to be part of that journey for you.
Yeah.
You don't, but right?
I think the same way, you know, that's how I work as well. As like I try to be so thorough in everything that I show you and tell you and give to you, that I want it to be so you don't ever have to feel like you need to come to me unless you just want to chat, you know, because you enjoy my presence or whatever it is. It's right. Like, I want to help you get to a point where you would never have to use me. And I realize that's probably a poor business model, but it's not why we're doing this work for business.
We have to pay our bills, but at the same time, again, there's 7 billion people on the earth, and who needs you will find their way to you. It was funny, actually. I just had this remembering. I used to do, you know, sometimes shows, not shows, you know, like trade shows or whatever, you know, metaphysical shows, and redo readings. And somebody would say, well, you don't have a great big huge banner. You don't have this. And it's not all, you know, some of these people would go there and it would take them like freaking 2 hours to set up all of their crap. And I'm like, here's my table. Here's my cards. Here's some business cards. And I'm just going to sit here. I was so freaking busy, not because I had this amazing reputation or anything like that, because really I was kind of unknown at that time. But people would walk by and say, I feel like I need to sit with you. This is why I need to sit with you. You feel Like your energy is what I need. And some of those clients have been with me for years, even since or after. But again, it's not every day or every week. It might be a yearly reading. It might be, a biannual reading, whatever it is. But, because that's the thing. No, I don't want you coming to me every day. You don't need me every day. This is your life. Go live it. Feel it out. This is what I'm here for. It's about guidance. It's not telling you what to wear the next day or how to, do whatever it is. You have to rely on yourself. Use your intuition.
The other thing that I think of is that sometimes, as advisors, we're not always available, as well, when people feel that they need. And the one thing that I would really like to do, again, with this network we're creating, is to be able to have, if your favorite advisor isn't available, you can go to any one of these other people who are going to give you the same caliber of information. But as a little piece of advice, for those of you that are listening and feel like you do come into a moment where like, oh my gosh, I really need to speak with this person, but I can't right now, whether it's financially or whether their schedule is booked up, just try to simply imagine what this person would say, because oftentimes, what we're doing is we're channeling your higher self voice, right? Your guides. And we're giving you the information that is readily available to you. Maybe you're not able to see, but just try and imagine, what an advisor that you trust, would even say in response to the situation. And sometimes that might help as well, because it will trigger your own psychic abilities. It'll trigger your own intuition.
Absolutely. Hear the voice and just say, what would they tell me? What would they, what would be their advice towards me? How would they react toward this situation? And, but here's the thing. A lot of people tend to, and you've probably had this too. One of the things is make sure that you're coming either at an advisor or your own higher self in that place of authenticity. And that's what a lot of people don't get, is that, remember, we're doing our job for a reason. So when you're coming at us or you're asking us something in a place of falsity, and I don't know what the word is for that. It's like not being truthful with what it is that you really want to know. And we know that, and we're kind of, sometimes we'll sit back and like, there's been times where I sat back and I'm just waiting for the person to like figure out exactly what they're trying to ask me. Right? Because they're coming from a place within themselves that is, around and around and around and around. It's like, well, what do you really want to know? Because that's surface. Let's go deep. What do you really want to know? Don't give me the tip of the iceberg. Let's go in. Let's go deep. Let's figure out what exactly it is that you're truly seeking, rather than just this, is he going to call me? Is he going to call me? Is that really what you want to know? No, let's go deep. Let's go into this and figure that part out. Let's figure out how to get you where it is that you truly want to be within yourself. So, yeah.
Absolutely. That's where my name, even the dream teacher, came to be, teaching people to dream, even better and more, for their own lives.
I like what Denise just said. Yeah.
It was perfectly said. That psychics are that person who act as a bridge, between them and their higher selves. I just spoke about this with a client. I was like, I want you to imagine yourself as parts. You have your human body, and then you have your soul. And those two have to have some kind of a relationship together, because they don't transfer or transition from this life together. So they're not eternally bound. They're just cooperatively working together right now. And it's not like we're all contained in this body fully. I mean, we've seen so many situations and experiences of out-of-body experiences and astral travel and some amazing, spiritual insight and unbelievable moments. So I feel like we've already well hit the proof and the validity that we are not just our bodies. We do exist beyond the body. And I think like Denise said, helping people as psychics, acting as that bridge until they can help a person get there, to know that relationship is really a main part of the job. We're like facilitators, we are like little bridges. I like the term medium, because it's like this middle of the path kind of vibe, where we're sitting between dimensions, sitting between dimensions of perspective, and we help them see all those different layers. And that's why I like working away from different networks and apps, because they don't honor all of those instantaneous moments, like what you were just saying, Kathy, about somebody coming in and you trying to even figure out their question.
like what is it that you want? Like, I can't forget.
Right. But then if you were to speak on that energy, for example, on these like apps or networks, you could be in a world of hurt for speaking something that you feel that the client, didn't want to acknowledge. And so it's not as a free and open place to connect spiritually as it is more just customer service based. And so again, that's part of Kathy and my goal here, is to generate not a customer service psychic service, but a genuine spiritual space.
Cassie was just asking what card I dropped. So I dropped the Emperor and the Two of Wands. So for me, this is somebody making a decision about which way to go. Like, they're taking charge. Yeah, the Emperor and the Two of Wands. So it's somebody who is taking control and wanting to follow, like deciding which path to take, but recognizing the fact that they're in control of their own destiny. Interesting enough, the bottom of the deck I had turned over. I think I probably mucked up the card, but it was the High Priestess on the bottom of the deck. So using your intuition to decide on your own path, your own goal, seeing that goal clearly and taking the initiative to follow it.
I'm so excited. I'm going to ask our chat and our listeners here real quick if they would be interested in us working with them for like psychic developments of some kind.
Yeah, that might be something we can offer at some point too, right?
I just had this beautiful vision of people that work with us and then them going out and giving readings and connecting spiritually. I just keep seeing this group in my mind, and so I'm definitely interested to see if they would enjoy that.
Yeah. Looks like a good response so far, so that's awesome. It's funny because I saw astral travel coming up a couple of times, and I automatically astral travel a lot, like without even sometimes, like, I guess I never put it into a term of actually astral traveling. I just sort of kind of end up someplace. And it's really interesting because I'll all of a sudden get like a whole vision of like a room or a place or whatever it is. And it's not, I'm not really leaving my body. It's like, I'm kind of split between the two. I did that with you last night when we were talking about a place, and it was like, I'm being shown, I see everything that is going on within this place, like it's supposed to be there. And it was really interesting. It's kind of fun when that happens because you get the vision so clearly, but it's not, I don't know exactly what that is. I don't know if that's considered astral traveling, to be honest.
It's funny you say this because I was just speaking about this with a friend. We were watching that movie Doctor Strange, and they do a lot about consciousness in there. Yeah. And there was a moment where I think it was Doctor Strange or somebody, they were like detached from their body, but they were conscious of the body, and then they were like in the astral realm, and they had made some comment, and they said, oh my gosh, I felt like that when I was going through this intense moment. And I'm like, listen, I feel this every day where I'm constantly on several different planes at once, and I have to like, acquiesce to each because I am aware constantly of all of the energies that are happening on a an astral, psychic, spiritual level
Yeah.
all the time. And so oftentimes I've responded to those and, in my physical life, and people are just like, oh my gosh, like some people get really startled, and they kind of get really defensive and they're like, who the hell are you? Excuse me, you're absolutely wrong. And, I think you should just shut up. And I know they're obviously feeling the same thing because their soul and their spirit is begging me to interact with them. And I'm like, oh, that was the hardest time in my 20s of deciding and deciphering what level of that do I engage with? What level of that do I interact with? Do I keep honoring the higher energy self that I am connected with, the astral self, or do I just keep responding to this physical self? And it was a really hard discernment, but one, that we regularly have to practice. So I think that's another part that makes, psychic advisors unique, is that they have to continuously respond and engage and interact with the higher self, the soul, the physical self, the brain, the heart, the body. You have to look at a person on all those different levels to determine what is going to be most beneficial at this moment.
That's exactly it.
Listeners have probably often heard us say, oh, you are connected emotionally, but physically, this obviously is not happening. And so it's kind of that varying degree. And hopefully they're starting to become aware of this, that they are existing on multiple levels at once. My biggest thing that I like to say is when you go to sleep at night, your subconscious mind doesn't just turn on so you can start dreaming. It's the conscious mind that turns off and you enter into a subconscious realm. But that subconscious is going all the time. Otherwise, your heart wouldn't beat, your body wouldn't breathe, it wouldn't do its thing. Therefore, you are in a level of a dream state all the time. The subconscious is always there. You are always dreaming.
Which is
just
one
when
of
the conscious mind turns off that you notice it.
Which is one of the reasons why when we manifest, we have to make sure that that subconscious is relaying what it is that we truly want, rather than staying in a realm of lack or want or need.
Well, that's the unique part of being a human, is we can actively work with the subconscious.
Absolutely,
and that is
we can.
The most beautiful, unique part of being a human that separates us from just an animal, is that we can cognize and consciously work with the subconscious. And this has turned such a beautiful conversation because it's hitting amazing levels of we have detailed so many extremely beautiful points that a lot of this work rests on. And I just think we can really continue to focus in on this and help teach people, Kathy. I think
I do too.
We naturally bring this energy out, and with everybody here, we all can feel you listening to us and engaging, obviously, and seeing it in the chat. It's just like this beautiful symbiotic thing. I do want to ask the listeners real quick also, would you all be interested if I developed, I kind of have it in the background right now, and I've been working on it. I'd be interested to see if you would all be interested in listening to a hypnosis track that opens up abilities.
I know I would. Why not, right?
I've been really thinking about that lately and working on that, just the background music for it. And it just feels like the one track that I already have out there, it works to, uproot and take out some of these deeper seated emotions so that you can be clear emotionally. But honestly, I really feel like doing one to help deepen and enhance psychic abilities would be the best step for the beginning of this year.
I love this, and you're getting such good response about this. I want to address something that Polly Free had said, is getting in tune with your chakras so you can become more balanced, and that is such an important revelation, to be honest, because a lot of people, we do focus in on, we might focus in on one or two chakras. One of the most forgotten about chakras is actually the throat chakra. right? We tend to forget about the throat, and we tend to forget, speak that truth, be sincere, be authentic, be you. And that's really what that throat represents, right? Because when we're speaking our truth, we feel that lightness. And it's interesting because when we look at the chakra system from the root to the crown, we're really in a place, when you look at that throat, it's connected to the heart. It's also connected to that third eye. So now we're really working with that authenticity, that true revelation, that ability to just say what is actually on our mind, because that third eye is coming in. So a lot of times, if you're feeling blocked, check into your throat chakra. Okay. If you're feeling that anxiety, what truth are you not speaking? What truth are you not speaking, either to a person or possibly to yourself? And then you're now working into that heart chakra. So allow that heart chakra, if it's about love, if it's about relationships, it's always about love. There's always love in there somewhere. It doesn't need to be relationships, but it could be a love within yourself, love with family, love with God, love with spirit, just love in general, globally. Start spreading that out. And it's really interesting because that root and the sacral and the solar are going to be blocked when your throat and your heart aren't open. Okay. You got to imagine them kind of all being, divided, but also the soles of our feet that have huge chakras in them, which, if we can get that going, from the crown all the way down into the soles, now you're very connected to spirit. Not only are you connected to the energies of Gaia, but you're connected to the energies of God and the higher self.
Yes.
Having that alignment, right?
I do that every time before I give readings. I do that as above, so below meditation. Honestly, my go-to is a tree, where I have tree roots growing out of my root chakra, and then the trunk, goes through the body, and then the roots bury all the way down to the deep middle of the earth, as far deep as I can imagine and see and perceive in my mind. And then the branches grow all the way up, like into space, kind of encompassing the earth. It's such a beautiful, simple little meditation that if you don't want to focus on every single chakra, which I believe some people say that there's over 100 within the body.
Oh yeah, we've got them in the palms. We've got, we've got them even, in the underarms. There is so many, but those will open. Those will, you don't need to concentrate on all of them, which is why we have that main above and below. I'm just going to address something. Oh, and Denise, you are so sweet, because she just said if Kat and Brandon had a podcast talking about spirituality, I would listen all the time. I love you, girl. Thank you so much. You're awesome. I want to address about the medication. Okay, so here's the thing. I feel like with the medication and what I'm hearing from my guides is this is a preconceived notion. In order for there feels like there is a narrative, an agenda behind that thought process. Not from you, and I'm not speaking about the person that's in the chat or the people that are in the chat. I feel like that was some sort of preconceived concept, and to some degree, I'm going to be honest, an excuse that somebody threw out there in order to prevent themselves. It was giving them that excuse. It's kind of like, oh, well, I take this, so I can't do that. That's what I'm really getting. That's where I'm feeling that block coming in.
I do believe.
I feel like it has to, sorry, Brenda, I didn't mean to interrupt. It feels like what I'm being told here is don't let the narrative prevent you from moving forward, because it may be a little harder to open up that blockage. Okay. Because, for whatever is coming through, but at the same time, it always can happen. And this is where our guides come in. And this is where we can really ask them and talk to them and say, look, I just want help with this. Can you help me with this? And allow that, because I do feel that there was, it almost feels like somebody putting a restriction on themselves, in regards to, Kevin was just saying, I just saw an orb on your screen. So when people see colors around me or orbs and stuff like that, it's usually because like that is a spirit's way of kind of, okay, like what, like they're validating the energy that comes through. I do a lot of channeling. So when I hear something from spirit, I feel like very, like I have to, bring it out. I have to speak it. I have to say it. And that's what I was getting. It's like, don't prevent yourself from moving forward because of somebody's agenda or somebody's narrative or somebody's lack of initiative. Mm-hmm. And that's what I get from there.
There are, don't get me wrong, there are absolutely medications out there that do suppress certain responses, in the body. And I'm almost certain that they
100% for sure,
are not taking into consideration any auric spiritual body of the human body, and they're only focusing on the physical. That's why I would definitely recommend more holistic doctors, doctors that have their degrees but are more of a holistic wellness approach, to health, because they do consider things like, is this going to kind of close you off from listening, to your gut or your heart or the brain or, what have you. And I think, at least over the past 50 years, we've seen such a huge increase in westernized medicine and to only address the physical body. Whereas I like the more Eastern approach, in Indian culture that let's address all of them at once. Let's see the spiritual body. Let's work with the medicine. I think that's going to be a great approach to healthcare. And honestly, I feel like this is one of my predictions as well, is that we are going to see a change in healthcare this year as well. And we are going to see different approaches to marrying, like I mentioned before, science faith and technology. But, I think that has to do with science as well, and the technology we use for the physical body.
I would never suggest to anybody to stop a medication, and neither would Brandon. Like we would never advocate that in any way.
Yeah, we're not doctors.
But at the same time, just, don't place your spirituality upon the medication or lack of, or things like that. Just simply because of the fact that, there might even be adjustments or something like that if you're feeling truly blocked. But, if we have a narrative in our mind that, well, like, if I'm taking this, I can't do this, or I have this, so I can't do that. That's where we're really bringing in the blockages. That's where those blockages are going to stem from, more so from, the medication or whatever it is that is going on with us. Right. And it's like we talked about last week, where we talked about like children with autism or children that, are kind of looked at a little bit differently. If we're putting a narrative on them, how are they going to expand themselves if they're being told that you've got this, so you're basically going to amount to nothing, is kind of is the takeoff of what they're getting. So you have to, still try, or work towards it. Right.
I think a good rule to kind of focus on is medicine should not be a limiting experience. Medicine should be used to continue to open or enhance, your own experience and what's going on.
Yeah.
If it's causing you blockages, then it's okay to just consider different options. Maybe it's a different medicine. Maybe it's a different, mix of chemicals that you need. Maybe your brain or your body or whatever needs it. The whole point is to, experiment and find the right, I guess, quote unquote, cocktail, that works for you. Whether it's a combination, like people are saying, of doing your medication, doctor prescribed, and then oils, or maybe you need to get off the medication for just a brief time while you work through something and then go jump back on, experiment. This is your body. Keep following your instincts. And that's why we're here to help you to get in touch and in tune with those instincts. What is that little voice, telling you? What is it kind of focusing on? Obviously, Kathy and I are not licensed medical practitioners, but
we don't play one on TV.
We are. Right. But, we pay attention to energy, we're paying attention to all those little subtleties, and it's up to you to make those decisions for yourself. We're just here to inform, what we pick up and feel.
I like what Cassie said. She was saying, to be honest, I've been on meds for years. I'm trying to get off of them, but I have a lot of trauma to deal with. But she uses a combination of therapy, essential oils, meditation. Beautiful. That is exactly how, I would, we're given the medication for a reason from licensed doctors because it is going to help us in some way. And as Polly said, have it work with you, not against you. But there's all of these other things that we can draw in and combine and work as an entity rather than, just being a separate things that we're drawing in. We want to bring it all together and expand ourselves and allow it to work as a unit rather than as individual pieces, right?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
There is I think we have so much information out there, and I think, that can be that's the double-edged sword. Is that, okay, there's so much out there, I don't know what to do. But on the other side of that, there's so much out there. I have so many possibilities for ways for me to continue, to live this life, how I feel I want to. And there are so many different things that you can choose from and experiment with. And I think that's what it's all about. That's what we're all doing here. We're just experimenting. We're just figuring out what's right, what's wrong. Does this work? Does that work? How do we get from A to B? And can we do it in different ways? That's all we're doing together. And we're doing it together. And again, that's, I think, a big reason why Kathy and I are here, is to be able to experiment together and shed light on things that we, part of our perception, our regular perception that we see, which does happen to be, more psychic, spiritual based. And hopefully, it sheds light on different aspects of our life. I mean, hell, we could use it for anything. Like Kathy and I were just looking at energies of, moving different houses and how that comes about. We're looking at energies with other connections with people. I mean, there's so much that it can pertain to. So I'm excited to see the predictions for everyone.
Yes.
And what that's going to amount to and how they're going to come about. Because it'll be different, I think, for everyone. But there might be some common themes. So I'm excited.
So I'm wondering, how do we want to do this? I'm kind of thinking like a so this is what, so first of all, everybody has to make sure that you are subscribed to my channel. So you can't get a reading unless you're subscribed. So go in there, like the video, subscribe, click the little notification button, all of that stuff. I'm kind of thinking a general theme. Okay, unless now you guys know how we work, so we're gonna right? That if we pick up something, we're gonna spit it out to you, like whether it's about what you're asking or not. So we're just gonna boom. And Brandon and I both work like that. But
if we were to sit here and do predictions on somebody's entire year, we could be here for more than a session.
I think that what we need to do is we'll narrow it down. Give us some, where is it that, what do you want us to focus in on most? Okay. Not right. Okay. I think that would be a good idea. If it is a particular person, put their first name. Okay. But here's the thing, you guys, we're only going to be honest with you, okay? We're not going to blow unicorn farts up you, right? And so we're going to be honest, we're going to be straightforward, and we're going to also give advice, as to how to pertain it, or that's how, I know, I think Brandon will too, but I definitely like to, if I see a path, I'll show you. So, in as close as I can, without it being an hour long or anything like that. Right. But so we're going to try and keep them, fairly short. 'Cause I think that there's a lot of people, but kind of don't just say, well, I want to know about my career. Give us give me a freaking sentence, guys, please. Okay. How is my career with this? What do you see? or how do you see this, or, you know, just in like something along that line. That's what I feel. What do you think?
I do want to go on the record and say, you know, I'm okay myself with the kind of general energy. If they just say, you know, if they just want to know maybe their biggest event that will likely happen in the next year,
Okay.
or if they do just say, you know, what's the energy of my career, I personally am totally okay with that. But you know, it's up to.
Oh no, I'm perfectly fine with that too. So, but I think that just for me, I like to, sometimes I'll ask questions, as you guys have seen, and it's because I'm receiving that information and I'm just needing that validation. So it might be like that.
Well, here's the thing, you know, and I detailed this, I think, elsewhere recently, and it's that if you give a general question, you're probably going to get a general answer, you know, that's going to be a little bit more broad and it encompasses so many different ideas. But if you are very specific in what you're looking into and want to know, then you're likely going to get a much more specific answer, you know, in regards to that. So just keep in mind, you know, if you do want something specific, then be a little bit detailed. But I really am okay with looking at things generally. And, you know, I can take that initiative, Kathy, if you want me to. And we can just kind of work together in that regards. And you and I always pick up off of other information.
I know. That's why I'm like, you know, you guys can just know. I mean, even if it's not the question you asked, you know, I'm going to spit it out if I'm hearing it. Like, and Brandon will too. Like, we're just, it's going to work that way. So
how should we have them, before we open it up, should we have them put like their name and date of birth again, or just put their question, how we've done it before?
Yeah, name, date of birth, and I guess if there is a question, you know, there, or a topic or whatever. Yeah, please put your birthday. And if you're looking into somebody else, could you also give the birth date of them also, or at least a general, you know, they're Aries, Capricorn, whatever the heck they are. You know what I mean? That sort of thing. Just so that we have a general energy with them. Perfect.
That sounds good.
Yeah, they're coming in. Okay, I'm going to just let this list build up for a second. I have to run to the bathroom because you guys know I always have to. I'm sorry. I'm going to let Brandon kind of just take over for like 2 seconds here, and I'll be just a second.
It's all good. Well, I guess the list is officially open now. It's kind of happened the same time same way last week. So I'll just kind of take them as they've come in, since you all have taken the initiative to just open it all up. We should be able to get to everybody. So what I'm going to do is just kind of put all of your names and questions in a list here, so I can keep everyone in order. I have to open up my other notes page. Where is my other list? Did we get to everybody last week? Love T, are you here? We were able to get to you last week, I believe. And Kevin, we were able to get to you as well. Lala might have been the one that wasn't here at that time. Where's our Lala? I don't think I see Lala here today. All right, let me build this list here, y'all. I get flooded here with information. So at some point, Kathy and I will be getting on camera together. I think we're going to do it with our new little group and community that we're building. So we might have to get someone else to be moderator for this next venture. So we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. But it would be nice to have someone who is quite organized.
Okay.
Follows our system here. Welcome back.
Hello. So, Karen, I just saw you know me too well. What's going on in your life, so you don't need to read. If you want, though, I do know you very well, but Brandon can also, because he doesn't. So if you do have, by all means, please throw it in. And I can let Brandon see what he gets for you if you're interested. Where are we starting?
I'm still building the list here. There's quite a few that have already been put in the chat. So let me just make sure I have everybody's stuff. Just so I can be there right with you. I don't want to be too distracted.
Of course.
Hang on, I'm at William. Then I've got JJ. And let's see. Oof, this is quite a list today. I think, in the future, Kathy, what we were talking about to make this easier is kind of giving people some kind of priority in the way that we do the readings here, with certain memberships and things. I know it's an idea we have been talking about and playing around with. So I don't need a read. Oh, I just see what Karen,
yeah.
Karen, okay. I saw Karen is saying here. All right, I'm at Jessica. All right, we can go to the first if you would like. I'm just going to continue building this list, so I might be in and out of connecting here. So, okay. First up is going to be it's your girl JJ.
It's a girl. All right. And JJ, what would JJ like to know?
So I'd love a general reading for 2021. General energy. So just remember, when you ask a general question, you may get a general answer.
Okay. Just give me a second.
I'll tap in just a moment while I build this list.
Okay, so what I'm hearing right off the bat for you is June and July, something about June and July. So I don't know if you already have something going on that you already know about for June or July. Birthday's the 2nd of April. Okay. June and July, something about that. I feel like this beginning of the year, I hear the word hesitation. I hear the word you're hesitating about something. I don't know if you're trying to build a business or trying to create something going on here. There's a hesitation behind this. What I am getting, okay, so I get it. JJ, so what I'm hearing is this first few months, or no, I'm being told that's wrong. First couple of weeks. So this first couple of weeks in January is the innovation. Okay, so this is the time to really, sit with paper, write it out, what it is that she wants to build a YouTube career. Beautiful, beautiful. Time to go for it. Definitely go for it. So this first, I feel like couple of weeks is what I'm being told is you need to sit and maybe just spend time, figuring out everything that you want within the channel, maybe watch other people's YouTubes, build up your own style, practice with the camera, whatever it is that you need to do, whatever, qualities or things that you feel that you might be wanting to, bring to your own channel. February, you got to get going February for these. So that's why I'm hearing, because I hear the first few months are going to be a little bit slow. That's okay. I don't want any discouragement from you. And I'm actually hearing that from your guides. They're like, we don't want discouragement from you. It is going to take a little bit of time, but I'm hearing June, July is going to full circle. You'll start really, this is where it takes off. This is where it is starting to really launch and where it's really starting to build all of that stuff. So definitely, JJ, this is the time to go for it. But I do feel the first few weeks here is just a time to get everything together. Okay. Maybe even, make a time frame. I'm also hearing something about scheduling yourself, like practice scheduling yourself for this. So whether it's that you wake up in the morning, you make a video, launch it at some point in time during the day, whatever it is. But I feel like there's some sort of schedule that you need to kind of get together or to balance in some manner. But June and July is where this is going to start taking off. And I feel like by the end of this year, you're going to be established. You're going to be in this beautiful place where you're feeling very confident. There's going to be a big learning curve coming in, though, in about August. And I feel like that might even be expanding your channel. It might even be changing your niche in some way or expanding upon your niche. So it feels like you're going to get that build up in about June or July. August, I'm getting some sort of expansion or, like I said, change in the niche. It might not be a change in the niche. It might just be the expansion of that niche. And this is where I feel things really heading off and taking off. So I hope that that's helped. That's what I'm picking up for you. I don't know if Brandon has anything to add.
I think you've hit on a lot. There's the only biggest thing that I keep seeing is Spirit keeps showing me that it's an abundant year.
Yeah.
For Joni. They just keep showing me to expect opportunities to rise in and to really just make themselves known. But that if you keep going with these opportunities that keep opening up to you, that abundance is absolutely going to be a result. So I think this is definitely a year for you to make some good money, make some good values, maybe even really valuable connections. But this is going to be quite a prosperous year for you if you keep reacting to these little pulls or instincts that you're being drawn to and the opportunities that will be clearly brought to you as well. If you keep acting on those and really take action with it, this is going to be quite an abundant year for you.
Mm-hmm. And again, I feel like something about August, June, July, August. There, like I said, it's going to be. Listen, I feel like you need to listen to the opportunities that are coming in, whatever it is, in because that abundance is going to, when it shows up, you want to be sort of ready for it. Like it feels like this is something that is, you want to be prepared for in a way. Okay. And what I mean by prepared for is have things in place so that you're not losing out on that prosperity, or you're not going to lose out on the prosperity, but you don't want to take your time with more prosperity. Okay. Like you want to have things in place. So that's what I get.
Well, protections, fail safes, all that kind of stuff. Because sometimes, we've seen it before in other people that a nice windfall of maybe money or connections comes in, and then, easy come, easy go. They burn through it because they didn't, have all the right foundation for it to sink in. So I think that would be more of just a logical thing to focus on. It just logically even makes sense. Like, hey, you're getting all this energy, and make sure you protect your assets. You know?
Yeah. So I hope that's helped.
And not installing locks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I hope that helped.
All right. So prosperous year for Joni.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I think so, for sure.
Oh, and that whole YouTube thing. I think you're right, Kathy.
Yeah.
There's something about that.
Yeah, she needs to do it.
Totally right. All right. Next up is Lacey.
Okay.
Let's see. Lacey, the Libra. Can I hear more about my last weekend reading, Toe in the Water, and what's going to happen in this year?
Okay.
So I vaguely remember this. Hang on. Toe in the water, dipping the toes in the water. Oh, what was that about? I vaguely remember this.
We did a lot of readings last week.
We did do a lot of readings last week.
One of the things that I know I work with is I try to look at new energy as opposed to, because I don't sometimes remember, but may have to be a little bit more specific in regards to last week's reading, if you don't mind.
Yeah, if there's something you want to know specifically about last week's reading, Lacey, you can detail that in the chat. I feel like you have a certain thing sticking out in your mind that you are interested about, that one of us had mentioned last week. And if that's the case, if you could detail that in there, otherwise we'll just look at what's coming up in this year. I have a feeling it has something to do with something creative or artistic or maybe even spiritual, and dipping your toes in that water. I just can't remember.
Well, it's really interesting because, okay, so visually, I'm literally being shown, I think mainly because of what we just said, the tipping the toes in the water. So I feel, I can see Lacey doing that, literally walking up almost like to a beach and dipping her toes into the water. Here's the interesting thing, though, is I am getting just more where you guys are saying I need to dip my toe in the water. I have now found myself. Okay. The interesting thing that I'm getting is I see you bundled up in like a winter hat with the scarf and the whole bit. So I feel like this is either that this needs to be worked on now, like because of this being technically winter season. But what I'm also getting is that there's a layer of protection around you that you may have been putting around yourself. So instead of really being free to, it's like, when you just have your feet exposed, you're not going to feel that full sensation of what it is that you're trying to dip into. So what I'm getting here is it almost feels as though you got to remove a layer of protection. That doesn't mean not protect yourself, but it's more like taking down walls, taking down boundaries, taking, like take the hat off, let yourself feel, the air on your head, that sort of thing, undo the scarf, allow that air to, come to that exposed part. I feel like there may be more exposure that you need on a, personal level in order to truly experience everything that is meant for you this year. So it's interesting too, because as I'm watching with this water, like I literally am seeing like an ocean, but what I'm getting here is things coming from that ocean. It's almost like, if you were to stand on the shore long enough, you're going to start seeing like leaves and twigs and stuff being brought in from the ocean. What I'm getting here is I'm seeing opportunity. I'm seeing like gold pieces being shown through. I'm seeing different things coming through with those waves. But if you're all bundled, you might not be able to completely grab them or take them. So I feel like you need to open up more in some manner. A relationship. Oh, you mentioned us, kids and a spouse, but I'm single. So this might be where I'm getting this. I feel like you need to allow yourself to open up to the relationship. A lot of times we'll say, I'm ready for a relationship. I'm ready for this abundance to come in. But are we? Are we? And I feel like there is some blocks and walls that may need to be worked on first. So I'm hearing dates. So I'm going to go with those. I feel like this first part of the year is going to be slowly taking off some of those restrictions that you have. That was from last time, but yes, I've had a guard up from the past. Yeah. I feel like that guard, it needs to come down.
That absolutely makes sense, but I think what Spirit is showing me is going to be that exact reason why this guard does come down. I'm being shown that there is this opening of really solid security for Lacey in this next year, and specifically they keep showing me emotional security, and that I feel like that's going to be the major theme. And so as that processes in, I feel like that is, like you're saying, Kathy, when that guard does come down for all these new things to open up, I just keep feeling like there's this new part of the self being opened in Lacey, and that it is going to equal, that sense of security for the self, that definition, an emotional safe space to be entered in. And that would make sense, if we were seeing last week that there is this connection, a love interest of some kind coming in. Who was Lacey, the one with the beauty line?
No, that she wasn't. I don't believe so. Not with like the beauty channel. Yeah. No.
This is why I always connect fresh in readings, and I don't look at what happens, in past readings. That's why I say on my profile, don't bring up anybody else's readings, because we're looking at it fresh.
What I am hearing though, Lacey, is April. There's some opening. I'm actually hearing a literal date, which is really unusual. I do get dates, but I hear April 7th. I don't know what that has to do with. I don't know if that's some significant date within your life, something like that. Again, don't take dates as it has to happen on this type, or don't take it as concrete, okay? Because this can sometimes be, an opening. It could be just, a something that Spirit is just randomly throwing out there for some reason. But I just keep feeling too, like along with what Brandon said, you have to dip your toe in, but you have to allow those boundaries to come down. And maybe exactly what Brandon had said, this person may be the one that starts bringing those boundaries down. What I'm getting is you're snuggled, but within yourself, and it's time to sort of open up. It's time to allow that energy to come in and accept this love that does want to come towards you. That's what I get. I don't know if you want to add to anything to that.
Well, I think the other thing I really keep strongly feeling is just this deeper connection with the inner child. What Spirit keeps showing me is that it's been a faraway connection, that the inner child, that inner sense of self, has been quite distant from the quote-unquote adult self. And there's going to be this marrying of different energies within the self, all the different things that make us up, all of our different parts and voices, I guess you could say, that we listen to when we make decisions, when we go along life. But what Spirit keeps showing me is that there is going to be a bridged connection, which would make sense if you were picking up last week, Kathy, that children are coming through, because that's one of the best ways to get back in touch, with that inner child voice, is when those kind of connections happen. I mean, I think you would know, having children of your own, that when you have kids, yes, of course you have to be the adult, but it also brings out your inner child, right?
Right. Yeah.
You'll get on the floor and play with those Legos or the dolls or whatever, and find yourself getting lost in the imagination.
It's interesting, Lacey, because I feel okay. So I'm hearing things, and I don't know if this is coming in from last week or what it is. I'm feeling. So I'm seeing so Spirit is sort of showing me this interesting thing. It's like a timeline in some way. So I feel like April has some significance. Okay. I feel like in the next few months, and here's the thing is, please don't ever, we should never be focusing in on, the when, right? Or the who or whatever. Just, it's a matter of just opening up and allowing that energy to present itself. Because once we're in that place, it is going to come forward, which is what I get for you. But I'm hearing April have some significance. And again, this could be like a spiritual awakening. It could be, something. It could even be this person coming through, whatever it is. I am hearing, though, November is so, oh my gosh. Okay, so it's like Brandon said, this beautiful love coming through, but I feel like this is like by November, it's coming in this place where I feel like you're already going to be in that solid, committed energy of just being secure within yourself. So this first part of this year might be just the allowing, the learning, the letting go, that, as we talked about that inner child work. I don't see, children this year, unless that's, unless you're pregnant, which you're not. So, but I feel this solid, beautiful connection by about November is what I keep hearing. This is like, it's like you don't need to, you won't even be guessing as to where your relationship is going, because it's either already there or it's on its way there. Like you're so solid and confident within yourself that there won't be a question towards it. That's what I keep getting. I hope that makes sense. Do you get anything different?
I've kind of picked up everything that I already have, and I think we're gonna have to go on to the next one here. We've got quite.
I hope that's helped, Lacey. I do. I really feel like this is going to be a solid year for you.
Honestly, yeah, I don't feel at all it's going to be a beautifully. Oh, hang on. There we go. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're so welcome, Lacey.
All right. Got our headphones working. Yeah, the last thing I was saying before I got cut off there with my headphones is just it's going to be an opening and secure year.
Yeah.
Lacey. So. All right. Thank you, Lacey. And of course, you guys, these are just our first general impressions. These do not in any way represent a full reading. We can absolutely do full readings looking at every single aspect that you want us to, within an hour, 2 hour reading that you book with us. These are just our general first interpretations and what we're picking up on, as we have to keep these short and mini here, as the title describes, because we want to try to get to everybody and at least give a taste, of what's to come. So, we do have full readings that you can offer, that we can give you guys for predictions and stuff. I do have a discount running for those of you that do listen to the live show. And it is a 35% off discount on 1 hour and 1.5 hour reading. So if you were to book with me, if you use the discount code LIVE2, LIV as in Victor, E, and then the number 2, that'll give you a discount on this, just because I appreciate you all being here. I know Kathy does as well, and I want to honor that space for you all, that you come here diligently, and we want to reward that. So, and again, I'll put the link for Kathy's website in the chat. It should be in the description, as well as my website, but just in case, I'll put those. And
you can also message me on Facebook or Instagram, and for to talk about the reading ahead of time, just to kind of get prices and everything and learn how we do it. So
exactly.
Yay.
So
all right.
We have more people that want to be added to the list, Kathy. I don't know if you want to do any kind of cutoff. If you want to get to everybody that we already have on the list.
Well, we could probably add Lala, but I think after Lala, we will stop. That will be enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So
just again, make sure you guys are subscribed. Okay. Make sure you're subscribed and all of that. So.
Real quick. I want to see, I have, let's see, Love T, I think I have, yes, I have your question. Blue Angel and Kay and Lala, please type your questions in the chat so I can put those on the list so we can jump right to you when it's your turn. So just go ahead and type your question. For Blue Angel and Lala, I think you may have come in after we described how we were doing this. We are doing predictions for the year 2021. If you do have a specific area you want us to look, be specific in that. If you do want a general, we can look at that as well. But just remember, if you ask a general question, you may get a general answer. The more specific you are, the more specific the information is likely to come out. These are only first impressions. If you do want deeper in depth, again, you can book a full reading with one of us. Man, Kathy, I wonder if we should do a service where it's a reading with both of us.
Ooh, that would be fun, right?
That could be really fun because I know a lot of people appreciate dual perspective here. I don't know. I think we should consider that and maybe play around with that idea, having like a dual reading, 2 for the price of 1. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah. I think that would be fun. Why not? That would be awesome, actually. Right? Yeah.
All right. So I've got Blue Angel's question.
Okay.
I have Love T's question. And then just waiting for Lala. So next up is going to be Asta. Asta would like to know just general reading, general energy here. Asta, November 29th, 96. So that is Sagittarius.
Okay, just give me 1 second, Ashta. Okay. Oh my gosh. Brandon, if you have anything, you can go ahead. I am getting information for you. It's really weird. The first thing I saw with you, why am I seeing the moon? It's almost like illuminating, like illuminating energy coming through. Is that what you're getting? It's so weird.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Like I'm literally seeing you in a field illuminating energy, and it feels like how do I say this? So it feels as though up until, maybe even perhaps, closer to now, but even up until 2020, I just keep like some part of 2020, it really feels like there was a lot of, blockages and I almost feel like there was energy coming at you that was like, I want to say gossipy or chaos, like a lot of chattering, that sort of thing. You blocked it down. I feel like this year, so this is fairly general, but what I'm getting for you is this illuminating energy coming in where you're really starting to look at situations and people. Oh, you're really seeing them for who they are as opposed to who they were trying to represent themselves as. It's like you're looking at them in a whole different light and you're seeing things. You're seeing again, we always talk about authenticity, but I feel like you're seeing the authentic person as opposed to the cloak or the blanket that they were trying to cover themselves with. So that's what I'm getting. And I feel like through that energy, this has something to do with, I feel like, a career or some sort of path that it's leading. It's like you're almost finding where it is that you're supposed to be within the career, where you're supposed to be within like we always talk about, like, people will say, well, what's my life purpose? You're going to start getting those aspects towards that purpose of what it is. But I feel like it's not going to completely open up. Like when the moon shines down, it only shines on areas, right? But it illuminates that area. So what I'm getting here is it's going to start off with like slower areas, things that it's showing you have to work on. It's going to start showing you the next step, the next path. It reminds me of the Hermit card, where the Hermit just shows you the next step and allows you to absorb the energy and the lessons from that, from that movement forward. It doesn't show you quite the whole path, but through that process, you're going to get those insights of where it is that you want to be, what it is that you want to do. It is showing you that purpose, but it's not just the end. I mean, we might have a life purpose, but that always expands. Okay. But you're going to have that general direction of where it is that you want to go.
That's such a good way to describe that, because I feel like it's so similar to how we perceive things, when we do readings and stuff, and even just navigate life. It's like we're seeing, obviously, the sunlight's bringing information, but the moon, when it's illuminating something, it gives off a different light, a different perception. And navigating that perception, it takes practice. It takes a little bit of skill and practice to be able to do. And that's what I'm also being shown, is that you're learning to navigate your own life, and specifically bury some really deep foundations into both sides of the coin, quote unquote. So you are absolutely expanding your perspective. You are absolutely becoming even more in tune with every inner voice, every outer voice, every part of the self. And it's like they're becoming aligned, as if all these different roots of a tree come to meet together at the trunk. That's the kind of energy that you're creating, is this solid definition of self. So 2021 for you, Asta, is going to be quite a definitive year for you, and one that I think, again, you're going to see with all different types of quote unquote lights. And all light is information, and all information are just bits and pieces and morsels that kind of add together to create a whole collective truth. And I think you're going to see all the different parts of your life coming together to form that solid trunk. It'll feel even more sturdy, even more solid.
You're going to know who you can trust, who you can bring through, who you can, rely upon, who you can give that reliance to. All of this, it just feels like that moon coming through is very, very, like I said, it's illuminating, but it brings out all of those hidden aspects of things that may have been hiding before. There are, as we know, there's always creatures. Yeah, I want to put it as creatures, but there are nocturnal, and the sun may not be always showing you what it is, or you may even be operating from that sense of everything is, happy and joyful and all of that stuff, like that sun energy. So what the moon does is it does bring out those nocturnal, those shadows. But you're going to be able to allow yourself to be able to see them. You're going to be able to know where to follow.
There's
right?
information in the shadow, right?
Absolutely.
That's why so many people have been afraid to do shadow work. But when they do, they're like, oh my gosh, there's like a wealth of a whole other world out here of information. And I think that's what we're detailing here, is that you are seeing now both sides. And Asa said in the chat that they've been doing a lot of shadow work, and now it's like you're going to be able to reap the benefits of all of this work.
That's good.
During this year.
Yeah, the shadow work is so important. I feel like it's gonna really show you a lot. This year is
an illuminating year.
Illuminating year. Yeah.
Well, congrats, Asta, because I think it'll be quite rewarding for you.
Awesome.
All right. Thank you, Asta. Let's move on to Gina here.
Okay.
Gina, 8/28/76. Leo, right?
Yeah.
August 28th. No, Virgo,
No.
excuse me.
Yeah.
end of August. So Virgo here. I would like to know if I'm on the right path with my partner. Partner's birthday is 10/6/70.
Right.
All right, so Virgo and Libra.
Okay, Gina, I feel okay. I'm gonna again. I'm just gonna blurt out what I'm getting. There's a it feels like there's some sort of okay, so okay. Let me round all my words back in and then we'll start over. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
That's our rewind button for y'all.
Right. You are on the right path with this person, but there needs to be a higher level of some sort of communication, which was the first thing I felt. A higher level of communication. I don't know if this is within you, this is within him. I do, okay. Is it you or him? See, I feel like, here's the thing. I feel like you're pretty bloody open when it comes to what it is that you want, what it is that you need, what it is that you expect out of people. I feel like he can be too at times. I'm feeling a little bit of a block in there, in somewhere within this communication, though. I'm not exactly sure what this is about. It almost feels like I have a slight sense of perhaps both of you sort of being in that place where if I'm scared to say this because I may lose this person. So it's like that little bit of, eggshell walking on is what I'm getting. But here's what I'm hearing from spirit is it's okay. Like, it's okay for you to be open. It's okay for there to be open. It, like, the eggshells that you guys think that you're walking on really aren't there. Like, this is like a matter of like, just figuratively take a broom and sweep them away and be done with this. Like, you're not going to lose each other. You're not going to, I mean, unless you do, either of you do something really stupid is what I'm, of course, as we all know, right? And which we all can do. But that love that you have is what he has. This is mutual. I'm feeling a very, very deep mutual respect for each other. I'm feeling this energy between the two of you being very combined, beautiful. Oh, but again, there's just that little bit of blockage, and there is that fear. And I feel like for both of you, this may have stemmed from past relationships where that fear, if you had said something that there was either abuse or there was like verbal silence almost, it's almost like I'm scared to say it because this is the reaction from past relationships that could, be stemming out, right?
I think it goes even further than that, because spirit keeps showing me that there are some childhood beliefs that are actually going to be brought up, and that somebody, and this is so interesting because of the way you were communicating this, Kathy. Spirit keeps showing me that someone has, these past beliefs from childhood that are creating limited expression of communication because, they were forced to believe that their words or their perspective or, none of that was valued. And so they couldn't speak up. And so there is something that feels like it needs to be released, but there's too much fear surrounding it. And spirit is not showing me exactly who this person is, which makes me feel like there's a little bit of both. It's like coming from a little bit of both.
I felt a lot of duality in there, like within them.
Yeah.
Right? Like whether or not it was maybe one was from childhood, one was from past relationships. It could be from both,
100%. Yeah.
Right. But here's the thing is I'm truly feeling like this is going to move forward. But you have working on that fear of getting rid of those eggshells is really going to help progress this. Even if this is a matter of somehow even going to therapy, not to fix the relationship, but just learning how to communicate in some sort of open manner, or, taking some sort of, classes in regards to communication, however you wish to do it, or maybe just being really, open and honest with each other. But I'm not getting the, father ignoring me. Yeah, see, that's where it can come in. Because I feel like this is very much moving forward. Okay, you are on that right path. Absolutely.
There's going to be very, very enlightening communication that's going to come through this relationship this year. A lot is going to be exposed. A lot is going to be brought up. And what's going to happen is you both are going to be forced with a decision. Once your vulnerabilities are out there, once everything is on the table, now what? Do we continue? Do we keep moving forward? I feel that it's likely that the two of you will want to move forward, but that's going to be a decision that you both are going to be faced with. It's that decision feels like one of the biggest things for you in 2021 is, okay, now that I'm open and vulnerable, now that we both are together, everything is laid out on the table. What will we do from here? And that's for the both of you to create and decide. Honestly, that's not something that Kathy and I want to take away from the power of the experience itself, but something that you both are going to be posed with. And that's the ultimate form of creation, and especially with relationships, and why Kathy and I don't like to limit people, when it comes to matters like this. But we can tell you in general that you are going to be met face to face with this communication and all the stuff being unearthed this year. Oh, totally. That's going to be a big part of it.
Yeah. And I'm feeling too, because I'm just reading what you wrote, and you said you beg for more communication. It can be difficult, with people if they're not in that place of having the ability to communicate. And one of the things that you may want to take a look at is your level of communication just different from the way he expresses it. It may even just be a matter of, is this more of an action person as opposed to the communication person, something along that line. But I do feel this expansion coming through, and like Brandon said, I mean, it may come down to a choice, or options that, you're whether you're going to move forward or not. What I get from the energy between the two of you is there is a very strong both of you having the initiative to wanting to move this forward. Like, you both really have these feelings that you do want to continue this through into the future. That's what I get. Yeah.
Beautiful. I think it's going to be a very enlightening year for this relationship, definitely. And I think also for yourself, Gina, I think I just keep getting this really strong gut feeling that you're going to arrive to some really important moments of healing for your own self, and that who you are sharing love with is directly reflecting an aspect of your own self. So that'll be fun to break into, but I think we'll leave it at that.
I love it.
Let's see. Okay. Hi, Camille. I just want to address you here in the chat. We would love to give you a reading. We opened our list a while ago, so we have a full list here. We might not be able to get to you today, but if you are subscribed to the channel and you come at the beginning of the show when we open up the list officially, that'll give you a better chance to get on the list so we can get to you during these live free shows where we do give free mini readings. Of course, you can meet with Kathy or I personally on our websites and book an appointment for yourself where we can just, have total dialogue and total free range to talk only about you and what's going on around you. But to get a free mini reading live on these shows, you'll have to get in on the list when we open it up. So make sure you're subscribed, and that way you have a better chance of getting in on this. So we might not be able to get to you today, but if you hang around and listen, and if there's time at the end we can try, but no guarantees here. So you got to get in early. Make sure you are subscribed.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Gina.
You're
next
so
up
welcome.
is going to be Jenna.
Okay.
Jenna is asking, what will happen in my connection with Caleb in 2021? I'm Virgo, he's Libra.
Okay. Okay, Jenna, there is definitely going to be
hang on a sec, Kathy.
Yeah.
Hang on one sec. Your camera went out.
My camera went out?
Yeah, it went away here on my screen. Let me make sure it's not me. There we go. Okay.
Was it your screen or my screen?
It might have been. It's just the camera disappeared for a second. That was really weird.
Okay. Can you guys see me? Just put down.
Yep, they still see you.
Okay.
It must be me.
Okay. Okay, Jenna. Okay, Jenna, I'm getting a lot of more, like, I want to say warning signs or information or advice, that sort of thing in regards to Caleb. I feel like there's definitely going to be an advancement within this energy, but it's going to be in your control. And how I mean that is, I feel as though it's almost as though he's in a shell right now. Like, I feel like he's really blocked energy in regards to a lot of things. Like, he may be, communicative in some ways. He may be, open to, talking with his friends and stuff like that. Here's what I'm getting, though, is that if somebody starts poking at that shell right now, he's going to really back off. He's going to disappear. He's going to turtle up like that. That's what I keep getting. What I am receiving here is I'm hearing stay the course, stay the distance. Stay the course, stay the distance. Continue doing what it is that you're wanting, to, what does she say? I still see. Oh, okay. Stay with the energy of what it is that you want to bring in. Since we've broke up, no, he's not. And just don't reach out. Don't check in. I feel like he's in this place. Like I said, I kept feeling like a turtle, like he's just in the shell. He's, taking the step back, not just from you, but from energy in general. I feel like this is very important energy because Caleb has a lot of trouble sometimes making decisions, and he can be back and forth and here and there and, all over the place. I feel like he needs to make the decision of what it is that he wants. And I feel that he is going to make that decision. And I honestly don't feel that it's going to be too much longer away, but you do need to allow him to have that time. So, and that's perfect. Focusing in on you, because that will help change that energy. And it's like we were talking about at the beginning of the show, where we do see, different dimensional type of realms or, different types of energy coming through. What I feel is like the two of you can come together. Absolutely. But there can't be any poking of his energy simply because of the fact that he needs to really figure out what it is that he wants. I'm hearing though, and this does not give you, do not reach out to him. This is not leeway to reach out to him. I do feel there is a missing you. That's what I do hear. There is a missing energy behind all of this. He does miss you. He misses this relationship. But he needs to figure out himself first. And I do feel he will be doing that.
I think you hit everything pretty spot on, Kathy. I do feel very similarly that kind of shelled energy within him. The biggest thing I keep showing is that even though things might look a little calm on the outside right now, that there's this energy of Caleb being so ready to be triggered at a moment.
That's exactly. That's why that poking kept coming through. Like if you poke, he's
like
gonna
this
just
short fuse or something that he's got right now, and it feels like he is just on the edge. And any kind of poke, like Kathy was saying, will provoke him to go even deeper in the shell and harder to even connect with right now. The one thing that I keep being shown is to get very comfortable with like being in limbo. Now, I think a lot of people perceive that to be a bad thing, but I actually don't think that's a bad thing at all. You can actually develop.
It's hermit energy. It's like the hangman, right? It's hangman. Yeah. It's going in. It's really working on yourself. It's going to, there's a lot of, we've talked about this again before too, is you don't want that energy coming towards you when it's not ready, because when it comes towards you and it's not ready for it, it's going to back away again and leaving you in another mess of confusion. So I feel like he is in this bubble, really figuring out, is he in school?
That feels right. That definitely feels right. There's that exploration kind of energy there too.
Yeah, like
exploring, finding oneself. It has that.
Yeah, it feels like a learning, just something. But yeah, I feel like this can work. Like I said, he is missing you. It's the wanting to come back, wanting to be with you in this energy, but he has to be in this solid place first. So, yes. I hope that's helped.
I think you're absolutely spot on there.
Okay.
Kathy, I think that's really good advice and everything I was picking up.
Oh, okay. And Genesis, yeah, they're both getting their degrees in child psychology. It's interesting because I just feel like this is going to be so, when you guys finally do, work it all out and come together, it is going to be way more solid than if it was just like right now. I almost feel like you guys could work together sometime in the future too, like almost in that duality, that business sense. But again, there's things that you both have to go through. You both have to work through in order to get there. But I do feel like this solid connection coming in. So, okay.
All right. I just want to update this list here.
Sure.
Because we've got new people coming in.
Yeah.
Lala, I do have you on the list. Kathy said to put you to be the last one, but Kay has requested to be the last person on the list because Kay is doing something where they have to charge their phone and stuff.
Okay.
Sabrina, Camille, we would love to add you to this list, and I can put you at the end here just in case we have enough time. But we do open a list within the show. So that way we kind of give everybody a fair chance. If you are subscribed to this channel, you will get the updates on when we do go live. So that way you can listen in when we do open up the list. But unfortunately, we can't stay on live forever. Yeah. And we do have to, do other things. So let's see. Make sure you stay subscribed so you can get in on the list as early as possible for these free mini readings. We do this so we can give a chance to give back and kind of connect with people. So we might not be able to get to you, Sabrina. I'm so sorry, but if you can subscribe and come next week, we should be able to then.
I don't, Denise, absolutely. You can switch up the question. I think that's fine. Yeah. There's no problem with that. Just write it down here and it should be good. All right. Yay. Who is next?
Okay, I am just putting that in the chat there so people can see. So next up is going to be William. William 86. William didn't type any question. So I imagine that's going to be something general. So William, if you did have a specific question, go ahead and put that in the chat. Otherwise, We'll just kind of tap in generally and see what's going on.
Okay.
Unless it was typed in the chart, I might have missed it.
Give him a second. William, your energy around you is so filled with electronics or something. Just like I literally am seeing like it's almost like electronic waves, electronic equipment, like lightning coming through. Like there's all kinds of, I don't know what the heck that is about. So this for me, what are you showing me? I'm just waiting to see if he has a question. No, oh, no, just general. Okay, no question this week. Okay, so for general. Okay. All right. I see a lot. Okay, this is really interesting, William. My room is full of electronics. Okay, well, that makes a lot of sense because I literally was like, holy cow. Like I'm looking around and all I see is like all kinds of stuff. You know, it's interesting, William. I don't know exactly what you have planned for like a career-wise or something like that. But what I'm getting here, I see you looking at followers, or I don't know if this is Twitch or YouTube, some like I almost want to say like offline, like you know, something like Twitch or something. I just feel like a lot of followers. I feel a lot of, you know, streamers. I feel like you're building on that as a future of some in some way. Like it just feels like you're the man, like you're, you know, like this is, you're supposed to be watched. Like this is something that you're supposed to maybe be doing, you know, whether this is within, you know, gaming, or I don't know what the heck is going on here, but this is what I keep getting showed. It's almost like I'm literally seeing, you know, the little icon with people, and then it shows this like extreme amount of number, and you doing something. And I feel like this is something that you're either going to be building on or creating. But what I'm getting here, I'm going to tell you straight up, there's a lot of freaking money that is sitting behind you in the vision that I'm being shown. Like I'm talking, you know, actual, like it's almost like you're sitting there, you have these followers, you have these supporters, and this money is being shown that is coming through. It's almost like this money is behind you, is sitting there. God, I don't know. I hope that makes sense. I don't know if Brandon's tapping into something else going on, but this is what I'm getting. It feels like expansion. Yeah. William, does that make any sense to you? Because I feel like, again, you might be a streamer. You're either supposed to go on to Twitch, or you're supposed to, you know, do something along that line. Because what I am getting shown here, and you know what the weird thing is? Like streaming, I don't know whether this is gaming or something along that line. This, I don't know. It's a really bizarre energy. Like, I don't know if you're being watched or you have followers, or if you're doing some sort of streaming, or you're about to get into that. That's just what I keep getting, especially something happening with this. This might not even be at the beginning of the year. This might be later and throughout the year, but it feels like this is something that I just keep seeing. Yeah. I don't know if you want to add to that, Brandon.
I'm so sorry. I'm trying to deal with some stuff with this list here. I haven't been connecting. Hang on. Let me just tap in here to William and see what I'm picking up on. Let me see. Just general, right? Is that what William was saying?
Yeah.
Mr. Taurus.
See, it's interesting because he says he's not into the lives, like the gaming, so he's not into that yet. It's really weird because I just keep seeing a lot of followers with him.
This is interesting. I feel what you're picking up on, Kathy, but it makes me feel like it was one of the first things that you said when you said something about all those electronics.
Mm-hmm.
And when you said that, it resonated with me because when I tap into William, I'm feeling all sorts of different frequencies happening around William. And it feels like the brain is plugged into so many different streams or channels or astral projections.
Maybe that's where it's coming from.
All this other stuff. Like I can feel, if you were to imagine William's brain being like a computer or like a network, and there are all these different cords being plugged into it, I can feel all these different streams of consciousness happening with William. And what Spirit keeps showing me is that there is likely to be this need for quote unquote mental organization, because what they're showing me is that there is going to be this pretty big change happening in William's life here, that something is going to shift within the path, and I'll get more descriptive about that in a second, but that's not the point. The point is that what needs to happen are all these quote unquote wires, or all these streams of consciousness actually do need to be organized in some way, because if they cross too much, you're going to be put in this whole just disorganized place and not being sure, which way is up or down or which way to go. And that's why whatever this change is, it's ushering in the need for those quote unquote wires to be put in order, to know where your streams of consciousness are going, because this change seems to affect it in some way. Let me see if I can pick up more on what this change actually is. That seems to be significant. But again, Spirit is placing the significance on the organization of the consciousness. That's what they're showing me is most important, that the change itself isn't most important, but the streams of consciousness absolutely is. Maybe that's why you kept picking up on the word streaming.
It could be too, yeah, like, because but he was also saying here, I'm a gamer but haven't looked into stream, so that might be something that I'm being shown as a future project. So watch that energy as well, like, because I just, this is what I keep getting, a lot of followers. But listen to what Brandon has to say. It might even be the fact of organizing your thoughts and following exactly what Brandon had just said in order to find that path, or in order to, create that. I feel like a lot of abundance coming to you this year in some manner that is going to be unorthodox in some way, like not I suppose in 2021, streaming isn't unorthodox anymore, but it just feels like Brandon said, there's lots of consciousness going all over the place, and that might be something you need to be aware of too, and just really watch over the next little while.
William, are you single? Because Spirit keeps showing me a significant relationship entering into your life. And this would make sense. If you are having all sorts of different connections and ideas in the brain, a relationship, a significant connection with somebody forces you to wire your brain in like one specific pattern. And
he is, yeah.
I think the piece that needs to be remembered, and honestly, I'd love to look at this more in depth. Obviously, we don't have enough time to really dig into this, but it's the fact that you don't want to lose your sense of self just because there might be some inherent chaos going on in like the brain or the aura, whatever it is. And again, a relationship does beg, for your constant attention. You have to keep that quote unquote stream well watered and maintained, right? You can't just let it go off on its own. And, you have to feed a relationship. You have to pay attention to it. And I think Spirit is trying to indicate not for you to lose your sense of self amidst a significant relationship. And so that organization of thoughts really feels to be appropriate because you don't want to lose yourself in light of any connection that you have in your life, whether it is a significant other, whether it is a working relationship or coworker. It feels really important to make sure all of that is there, to know how you are connected, what you're connected to, what you like to invest your energy into or feed. And when that significant relationship does enter, that those things aren't just left or forgotten, because they do feel to be important. Because Kathy is picking up on something really important here, and it's of your energy being extended outwardly and other people connecting to you. And so with that being said, it seems to be multiple things kind of coming to you at this time in your life. And I think the point, and again, what Spirit keeps saying to me over and over, is make sure that you know your source is. Make sure all of your ideas, your streams of thoughts, your the things that you do want to do, believe in, or engage upon, or invest in, that is all in a set order. It's beautiful, to get lost in the moment. And that's not what we're saying at all, to not do that. It's that have it all clear cut, because sometimes things just blend and bleed together, right? I mean, Kathy, we were just talking about this, about that Pisces moon energy, right? It like blends everything together. You can get lost in the sauce, lost in the moonlight, so to speak. When life happens, and I feel like that's a completely normal thing, but I think for your own benefit, having that sense of internal mental organization is going to do you wonders for the significant connections that are to be made in the next year for yourself.
Yeah. And look into streaming. I still see abundance coming.
Oh, absolutely.
I see a lot of money, like a lot. Like, again, unconventional. It doesn't mean anything illegal. But, it's not like a typical 9-to-5 type of thing. That's what I keep seeing. Like, you might be wanting to expand into that in some way. So I hope that's helped.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think we'll I think we'll see William's presence out there probably a little more, I think, in the coming year.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely look into it. I don't know why. I kept seeing it. I just kept seeing it. Again, it might not be the beginning of the year, but start checking into it. Like, I just feel like there's something for you that it's like something is leading you towards it, right? Like, again, I just kept seeing a lot of people, a lot of followers. I'm seeing that, little icons with the little people with this massive number behind it. So that might be something that makes its appearance throughout this next year. Perfect.
All right.
Yay.
Thank you, William. Let's go on to JJ here. Simran would like to know, let's see, March 12th, Pisces, regarding love with Gary. April 14th, Aries.
Okay. Brandon, would it be okay if I let you to take a look into this just for a second? I do have to run to the bathroom again. I'm so sorry.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then I can add in what I get or anything like that. Okay. Just give me a second.
All right, Simran, let me connect here with your energy and Gary. I'm going to pick up on the energy I feel between the two of you, just to make sure I'm on the right channel here, and then I'll look into what's to come between you both. So let's see. March 12th, Pisces, Gary, Aries. Pisces and Aries. Wow. That's quite an interesting combination, eh? That water and fire together. Let's see. All right, Simran, so right away, just even in your energy together, Spirit just keeps showing me that there is some kind of movement or progression forward. And they're specifically detailing the bonds, quote unquote, growing or expanding. So I feel this energy currently at this time, but let me look at what we see happening within this next year between the two of you. Okay, so I keep feeling this strong need to be social or to be connected in a fun, almost light-hearted way. And Spirit shows me that there's like this, it's very similar to what someone else we had just read for. I can't remember who it was specifically, but it was like things being in limbo. And it's like the two of you are going to experience this feeling of being in that space of limbo, almost like you're in this void. But oftentimes that takes a negative connotation. But I want to detail the fact that this does not feel negative. It feels like you and Gary are going to be creating this little space, this like little pocket that's unique and private to the both of you. And it almost reminds me of like two souls meeting in the astral plane and flying and exploring other planets and worlds together. Like you're in this whole new little world. Oh my gosh, it's honestly perfectly represented by that moment in Aladdin and Jasmine, like
a whole new world,
magic carpet ride. Yes, a whole new world. It's like that's the perfect analogy for what I'm seeing here, because they show me that you're entering into this space together. And what feels really unique about this is that it feels like it's doing something to your connection, to your bond, and it's opening you up to energies that you would not have considered before. It's like really creating this like almost magical space. So I'm not sure if the two of you are restricted or limited in some physical way with seeing one another, but you are going to be in this next year really creating this. It's like if you hear somebody say, oh, it's an inside joke. It's like that kind of energy of a space. Not that it's a joke, but that it's like this little space that the two of you share that other people aren't privy to acknowledging. And you kind of get to ride around in this little safe space, this little bubble, this little area of limbo, and to really be able to grow the connection from a spiritually connected place. It really, I feel that so strong right in my gut, and it moves up to heart chakra. And it shows me that this is going to be an evolution or a progression of the connection over this year. So really, honestly, just take that time to enjoy this little bubble, to enjoy this little space that you're creating.
So yeah, she just said Aladdin and Jasmine. I love this, right? Like that's, you gotta love it when you actually see those visuals, you know. That's beautiful. Simran, I have to ask you something. I kept hearing August. What does August have to do with like two of you, or something is coming through for August? I don't know if you guys are, obviously you're not already living together, but I feel some sort of cohabitation or some sort of connection. I don't know what August, maybe August means something to you, but I keep hearing August. So, God, it literally is repeating in my head, August, August, August. This may even be, again, some sort of, collaboration together, coming together. You don't talk at the moment. That's going to change. That's going to change. But I do feel something significant coming through for the two of you in August. It just feels like there's going to be, this even could be the energy that Brandon was, describing. But I feel like, like you two are together is what I'm getting. But there's going to be an advancement within that relationship in some manner. Again, whether it's Macadamus just said proposal, it could be, but I almost feel like a cohabitation, or it's some sort of energy coming in regards to that. So that's what I get.
My inkling is that it's like going from what I was feeling, that more spiritual, elevated energy, and then transforming into physical. I'm wondering if that's what that is in August.
That very well could be, because I'm not getting,
I am seeing that growth.
Right. Like, I'm not feeling a separation. I feel like this is two people that are together very strongly by August. Like, that's what I keep hearing. It's like, that's what Spirit is telling me, August.
Honestly, Simran, you just said, you're kind of in an indecision mode. I would still stay in that mode, to be quite honest with you. I would be neither here nor there. I'd be neither yes or no. I would be in this little limbo land, like I was mentioning before, because
that's where you're going to grow.
In this regards, it doesn't feel negative. It feels more enlightening.
Yeah.
Than I think in other people's situations, where sometimes if they're put in that limbo, it's just not going to be healthy for them. For whatever reason, it just feels like this little space that's being cultivated, because you still are at least psychically connected. I can see that tether. I can see that string. There is still that sliver of connection that's being held onto by the both of you, and that's the place how you're going to meet in that middle. And this is where I feel growth from this place, from this weird astral, esoteric, spiritual like place. Growth comes from that space. So being in indecision is actually quite all right. It's okay to be in that spot right now, because that means you're kind of surrendering your sense of what do I need to do with this, surrendering any sense of control, and you're being open to universal or spiritual or source influence.
It's very much that hangman energy where you're making the decisions, you're contemplating, but you're not also just focused in on the 3D of what you're seeing or experiencing, or lack of experiencing, or lack of seeing, all of that. It is in this place of allowing. And that's, I feel like what Brandon is kind of describing. It's a feeling of allowing. So staying in that limbo, you're not blocking, you're not saying no, you're not saying yes. You're just, hey, when this energy is coming, whatever energy it is, I'm going to know, I'm going to follow, I'm going to allow. Okay.
And honestly, that's such a great, in thinking, and just even looking at the zodiacs here, that's such a good way and space for Pisces to be in, is in that space of unconditional acceptance. And with Gary being Aries, I mean, Simran, as well as I do, that Gary can randomly, when the moment or feeling strikes, just randomly does something that's quite surprising, and totally unexpected. And I think he very much enjoys being that way. And so it's, up for you to have that sort of unconditional acceptance, and that space of patience that kind of allows this energy to be able to grow forward. You do balance each other out quite well. So it's just working within the means of where the connection is at this time.
Well, it's funny because her water energy can, help with that fiery energy. And when you have that fiery energy that is very spontaneous and, kind of like, like a explosion of energy, that water energy can truly help calm that down. And it just feels like you're more spiritually advanced and enlightened than he is. So his energy will grasp upon that that calmness that you can bring into the relationship. Externally, you're not always that calm. Externally, you can be pretty fiery within yourself, or have those self-doubts or whatever it is. But I love the fact that you just said, like, you want to explore more of that 5D energy. Within that 5D energy, remember that you can also help create the 3D energy from that 5D. So really place into the 5D of what it is that you want to see being built into the future. And you'll start experiencing that onto that 3D level. So
honestly, it makes so much sense. We're going into that sevenfold Aquarius time, and you and I have talked about this, how we bring those energies of that high frequency Aquarius, bringing heaven down to earth, right? And making it physical. It makes so much sense now. We talked about that a few weeks ago. in one of our shows.
You want to hear something funny? I actually, after we said that, I actually saw on Twitter somewhere, I can't remember, it was something about bringing heaven to earth. And I was like, oh my God. Like, so it wasn't just us that was experiencing this. This was, you know, I feel like this was like a universal spirit type of thing, you know, and it just felt so right when I said it. It was like heaven coming down to earth and allowing, you know, these miracles to unfold in the way that we're wanting them, you know, to show themselves. But we have to stay in that faith. We have to stay in that practice of, you know, not getting caught up into the physical 3D realm, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Cool. I hope that's helped, Simran. That's fantastic. I love that. It's beautiful.
All right. Thank you, Simran. All right. Let's move on to Denise. So, Denise, I have your updated question here. Denise would like to know. I want to make sure. Okay, good. Okay. I just want to know what's going on with me and Kevin. I've been getting the sense that the 20th has something significant in relation to us. Denise is 11/20/95.
Okay.
And Kevin is 5/9/97. Scorpio
5
and Taurus.
Scorpio and a Taurus. Okay. Denise is the Scorpio. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You know, it was funny. As soon as you said the 20th, I literally got the shivers. And I was like, ooh, I feel this. I feel this coming. You know, it's interesting, Denise. Okay. Scorpios know what they want, but they can be a little bit obscure in how they present it or say it or show it. And so I feel like there's been some guesswork between the two of you, like between you and Kevin. It almost feels like, and then with that Taurus energy that he has, he can be a little bit indecisive at times as to what it is that he wants as well. So it feels as though both of you have this energy of wanting to come together, of wanting to expand, move forward, create. But what I'm seeing here, it's like somehow there may be this opportunity. Now, I can't say it is exactly the 20th, but I feel like there is this opportunity that is coming closer. That is, what did you say? He's asking someone. Oh, there has been. Okay. This opportunity where this like personal communication is going to come through. Here's what I feel, Denise. You have to make sure that what you're saying is matching your feelings. You have to be honest and open about it. You can't be hidden or, like I said, obscure. Like you know, it can't be a word guessing game. It has to be truthful and honest. And I feel like through that energy, he's going to allow himself to open up and expand and have that honest communication. Again, I don't know if this is 100% like on the 20th. It could be around there. But I feel like this opportunity, it's almost like this bubble has opened for the two of you to have this rapport where you're kind of deciding what it is that you want or where it is that it's going to go, and being more, it's like nothing is supposed to be in the shadows anymore. You have to bring it up. You have to bring it up. You have to talk. You have to be, you know, truly straightforward and honest. If you want that relationship, throw it out there. You know, I feel like he's going to almost work off of your energy. I feel like he wants this as well, as what I keep getting. It's what, that's why this opportunity may be opening up for you. This is that opportunity for the both of you to be able to express those emotions with each other. I'm going to be honest, I do feel throughout the year, even though I feel like, okay, it's like, I feel like you two are going to be together, at least in some sense of, you know, this relationship. I do feel a bit of up and downs, but I feel it because of the fact that the communication is difficult. Again, it's like you can't just say one word. I don't know why I keep getting this, but it's like you can't just say one word and expect them to know the whole paragraph in your mind. So you've got to be very open. You've got to be very honest. You've got to be very, you know, straight with your words. And it's not that you're not, you know, an honest and open person, but it's more in your head than you're speaking out to him. You might be very honest and open with maybe friends and family and stuff like that, but there's that little bit of blockage when it comes to him. And I feel like this is that opportunity throughout this year to really like, blah, you know, this is what I want. I want to be in this relationship. Hey, look at, I like you. I want this. I want, you know, to be, because it's almost like a guessing game that's going around. Yeah. It's that mysterious side. And the thing is that, I know you're cringing, right? Because, but here's the thing is that, you know, this is why Scorpios have sometimes those problems with relationships, because we can't always read your mind, right? We don't know what's going on. And so it can get very frustrating. It can get very confusing because you're thinking something and we're getting 3 or 4 words out of it. And we're trying to, like, what the frick did you just say? But, and usually, you know, the other people, like the people around, are on that same page, or they're having a general idea of what you're saying. But we also don't want to misconstrue what it is that your thoughts really actually are. So that's where it gets very, you know, it's a little bit of eggshells that you bring, you know, into things, and it's not intentional. We, you know, other people do mostly understand it, especially if they're spiritually enlightened, but he is quite grounded in some manners. And so he needs to hear those straightforward words. He needs to hear that straightforward language in order to bring this further. So I hope that that helps, because I do feel this relationship is strong, or it will be strong. Like I'm seeing future energy where it is strong. It is, you know, moving forward, but those lacks of communication. Okay. So use your words, Denise. Use your words. That's what I get. Use your words. Yeah.
I will piggyback off of this, you know, and agree with what you're picking up, Kathy. What I'm shown is that I do see those ups and downs that you had mentioned before. It does feel like, so basically what I'm showing, Denise, is just this, you know, that the connection actually does grow. You get closer and closer, the roots get deeper and deeper. But honestly, I don't think you're going to be able to prepare for this, because at some point, it doesn't matter what is going to happen, are the emotions that are shared between the two of you is going to bring up a conflict. And it does feel like an internal conflict. And what Spirit shows me is that it hits the internal definitions of belief, your spiritual beliefs, your spiritual understandings, and it's going to put the two of you in a state of questioning. So it's like you get closer, things get deeper, emotions are shared, then emotions start triggering deeper internal questions that the both of you have had about yourselves, about one another. And it is going to put you in this state of, okay, you know, are we going to be able to move forward from here? Because it is going to call upon some emotions from the past. I feel even past life memories and emotions coming up during this time, because it is going to be quite triggering when you are sharing in these emotions together. So you are going to be revealing things, emotions that you might not have even known you have had with one another. So it is going to unearth a lot. And this is where I feel those ups and downs. It's like, oh yeah, we're getting along. The connection is great. There's a relationship. There's a bond. There's everything. And then all of a sudden, boom, existential questions and crises kind of come in. So this is going to be a very, I think, important relationship for the both of you as far as learning and learning deeper about yourselves. I think my advice, just right now, without looking too deep into it, is just continue to be honest and authentic and direct and upfront, like Kathy had said, because it doesn't matter, as much as you plan for it. If you have that pattern of honest, open communication, then you're going to be able to get through this quote unquote existential crisis so much easier if you have that direct channel, that dialogue of communication open. Because these emotions, they're just going to come out of left field. They're going to both feel them. They're going to be like, what the hell is this? What part of myself even is this? Why is this being triggered? So just definitely enjoy the journey. But like Kathy said, keep that channel, keep that directness as a regular channel, because you'll be able to transition through this a lot easier.
Sometimes Scorpios too, they can get into that energy of, well, if I say this, is it going to sound weird? Is it going to sound, blah, 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 whatever it is. Most of the time, people are right there with you, right? And you just have to open it up, and you just have to say, and you have to express yourself. But there has to be that understanding again that most people are mind readers, 99% of the planet. So when somebody's trying to figure out what exactly it is that you're trying to express, that can make it very difficult, and that can make those lines of communication very blurred. So that's why it's what you have to say, just say it, and help clear it up. So yeah.
It's creating good patterns and good habits, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised to see some kind of initiation of a relationship on the 20th, to be honest. I would not be surprised in the slightest if Denise saw that.
Or it just feels like some way of communicating, whether he reaches out or whether there's some sort of, just an opening of some sort. It'll be interesting to see. We're already in January, so this, I kind of like that, because we're going to be able to see things, right? So beautiful.
Denise brings up a point here, and I think we should speak on this for a sec, Kathy. It's that, Denise is saying, I don't want to make a fuss. I'm not trying to do all this. But you know what? If you are holding back something that you feel or you're thinking, and you're doing it on your own, but in light of another person, because you don't want them to think a certain way of you, or you want them to do a certain thing, you're ultimately suppressing yourself. And at some point, that's going to come out. So essentially, you're lying not only to yourself, but you're lying to the other person.
Absolutely.
By proxy, and you're not being fully honest. And at some point, you're just going to stay suppressed, and it's all going to come out, sooner or later. So it really is best, like Denise is saying, the dam is broken. The best thing to do is just let it all, unfold. If you feel all these different things, let it all out now, because you don't want to have to come revisit this moment later.
I don't feel you scaring him away. I don't. I don't feel either. That. I feel almost like he's it almost feels to me like he really wants what those words are. Like you said, you write out a sentence, and then, it might just be, oh, that's fine. No, I feel like that throat. Here's the thing, Denise, too. Twin flame is the throat chakra. That is the most important chakra between those twins, or between those relationships. And we have to remember that. And because it's about honesty, communication, authenticity. Again, we go back to that. And, about expressing and learning from those words, learning from those actions. And when you're suppressing all of this stuff, you're really, like Brandon said, you're suppressing yourself, you're suppressing him, because he's not getting a clear picture of what it is that you want. And I know it's hard, within that Scorpio energy, to sometimes truly take all the words that you're feeling and putting them out there. But I do feel that this is that opportunity for you to truly learn. And I feel like he needs to hear them, or he wants to hear them, or he may even have at some point, even I feel like almost begged you to, to hear them, whether he said that within words or whether he said that within some sort of sense of body language. So that's what
this is good advice for everyone.
Yeah.
Let your weirdness out.
Let it out. Like, who cares?
It's
right?
2021. Who the hell cares?
Bottom line is there's 7 billion people on this planet. If somebody doesn't like your freaking weirdness, whatever. Go for the other, 6,000,000,999. Like, there's always, but why not be you? So,
there's one thing that Spirit told me a while ago, and it was when I was holding myself back because of all the things that I feel like I feel or pick up on on a regular basis, and I'm just afraid to let things out because I'm always like, well, what if it hurts somebody? What if they don't want to hear this? And Spirit said to me, Brandon, you never know who you're hurting by not speaking up.
Right.
And that changed my life right in that moment. Because what if something you say, it hits somebody and triggers them, and then that information is passed on, or they make a decision and it changes, their life, and then helps change a bunch of other people's life. You never know who you're hurting by holding all of that in. So if you're feeling inspired and by way of passion, or you're feeling a gut instinct or something, it's important to bring that to light, to express it, to let it out.
Absolutely, it is.
And even if you don't see where it goes, it might not even be your job, your authority, your position to see it. It will carry somewhere else. That ripple effect, is important. There's a reason why we have inspiration. The word spiritus is put encoded almost. Is hidden in the word inspiration. So follow those moments because they do have good ripple effects, or something, could be extremely life-changing for somebody. And as innocuous as amazing to you, it could be monumental for somebody else.
I'm going to bring up another point too. And I'm sure that we have at some point talked about this, but here's the thing is that when people aren't speaking from their true selves, you also are really not allowing somebody to make an honest decision that is better for themselves. So, a lot of people will say, oh, well, I didn't realize that they didn't tell me about another person. They didn't tell me about this. They didn't tell me about that, whatever it was, because of all of this suppression coming in. And, somebody will say, oh, I thought it'd be easier just to ghost you. No, it was easier for you to ghost me, for you, not for me. Right? Because most people that are mature and have emotional strength, which is a good portion of the people, unless you're 12 or something, why would you want to be with that type of person anyway, if they're emotionally handicapped, right? You know what I mean? Or at least having that sense of not being able to take the truth in some way. But I want to hear the truth, because then I make a decision for me that is going to be the best for me. I don't know what that decision would be because I don't know what the thing is. But when you're suppressing it and you're not allowing that truth to be said or spoken, you know what? You don't want to talk to somebody anymore? Okay, hey, I don't want to talk to you anymore. How hard was that? 5 freaking words, press send, done. Right? Hello. It's not that difficult to do. I like you. I want to see you. Press send. Done. So freaking simple. So why are we, suppressing ourselves within this? This is, it's not that difficult. But, if we're sitting there and we're just ghosting people and I can't say that, or I can't say this, or I can't do the, again, 7 freaking billion people on this planet. We got to figure it out. And if you're scared to, be honest with this one person, then that is not the person for you. Either speak it, say it, or just back the frick off and whatever, right? Because enough of this crap. We have to be able to learn to open. We have to open up. We have to be able to be authentic and genuine. There's the bottom line. So that's Kathy's wisdom for the day. Right.
I love how this is why I like public readings in this kind of forum is, information just comes out that's so, it can be applied universally to a lot of people's situation. We can learn off of other people's questions and energy and what they're going through. That's literally the whole part of being human, to share experience and to learn from one another. And that's why sometimes I really do love this forum, because it allows us to be able to do that.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah. And here's the thing. Here's another another little thing of wisdom that just came through. People will obviously show you where they are with their feelings or whatever. And if they're spending time showing somebody else that they value, if they're spending time showing value to somebody else, back the fuck away. Excuse my language. But you know what? Don't go chasing after a bone, ladies. You're not a dog. Like, seriously. That's where it comes down to. You're not a dog. You don't need to chase that bone. If that bone is being chewed by another dog, you don't need it. Done. Like that if somebody values you, they will show you. They will show you. And that's what we have to get into that energy of. So again, Kathy's wisdom for the day.
I love Denise's little fencing. On guard. Get that.
On guard. Yeah.
Denise, you are psychic. You got these psychic jokes. I love it.
I love it. That's awesome. Yeah.
All right.
Thank
you, Denise.
And Jenna, that there are many, many other bones out there. That's exactly it. You know what? Their bones aren't that freaking special. Right? Men like to think that they are, but dude, that ain't happening. So yeah. You can find another one. You can find another bone. Right? So
I like Mac that came into our chat and joined us here. I haven't seen Mac before, but I can feel Mac is psychic.
Yeah.
I can feel them picking up on stuff.
That's
so
awesome.
Thank you for being here, Mac. All right, let's move on to Jessica. Hey,
all right.
Jessica.
Hey, Jessica.
All right. What is the current energy with him towards me, and will he possibly contact me soon? Thank you. Jessica, March 10. Him, I think is Tim, April 23rd.
I'm going to let you take this one, Brandon, because I know Jessica very well. So I'm going to, it's just going to be a repeat of what I've said with Jessica, because she knows where I am. If you're okay with that.
So let me just tap into the energy here, between Jessica and Tim. Okay. So the first thing that I was shown is communication being cut out at this time. And what's behind all of that are these strong feelings of things needing to be initiated. So it looks like you are stuck in a paradox right now, Jessica. Looks like you're stuck in this weird little paradoxical loop where I'm certain you are having a reception to these feelings that are going on. I'm sure you can feel yourself being stuck almost like on a broken record, where it just kind of keeps skipping over and over. This energy of strong initiation, it just feels like either somebody, it feels like both happening at once, like somebody wanting to be initiated with, the other person feeling a strong pull to initiate. That energy behind the feeling a strong pull to initiate is what I feel most drawn to right now. And it's that when I'm connected with that person, it does, I'm getting an inkling of who it is, but I'm not going to say one way or the other because Spirit keeps showing me that it's important to keep seeing this as a shared energy combination, because you both are responsible for each other's energy, that
I've told her this.
Person is having a fear. This person is having a fear, and the fear is what is limiting that actual initiation from taking place. So let me see here what Spirit is advising. And then I'll look at what's to come within this next year. So I just want to see what needs to be done. Actually, let me look on your part, Jessica, because that's the most important part here. Because we're speaking to you, not the other person, obviously. What does Jessica need to do with this energy? Okay, so they they keep showing me that. God, this sounds so weird, and I feel like I would never say this to a client, but they keep showing me that you need to be resting in the clouds, that you need to be sitting in this sort of little muddied area, and that this is what it allows the space for movement to come forward. I feel like we've connected on this before, because it's hitting me in my gut that with you kind of resting in these wings, you sitting in the space of, not being able to see everything that's playing out or see all of his motivation. Are you looking at social media, Jessica? Are you looking at his social media?
I'm doing these hand movements because this is exactly what I'm just sitting back.
I have the list open. It's covering the camera, so I can't even see you. But it keeps showing me that there's this, I don't know, it's just this, there's not a need to look into things, that you should only be looking at what's directly in front of your face. And the reason they show me that is because when you sit and rest in this space, this is when energy and movement happens or comes forward. So my advice would be to do your absolute best to not look at anything on social media. Try not to even think about him. And when you do, I want to tell you something, Jessica. When you think about somebody, you essentially call their energy to you. And whether they physically respond or not, that's not what's important. You are engaging them on another consciousness level. You are engaging them. So, if I sit here, let me give you an example. When I call your name on this channel and we're doing readings, isn't there a moment where you're like, oh, that's me. Oh, I'm being acknowledged. Oh, I'm being pinged. This same thing happens. If you were psychic, I know Matt could feel it. Mm-hmm. When I was pulling on their energy, I know Matt could respond to it when I was speaking to them, and I know that they can feel me psychically because I can feel them. There's this thing that if you were more psychically aware, which you're Pisces, which you kind of always are anyways, you'd be able to feel even if I thought about you in that moment. So I just want you to be aware that when you think of somebody, you're calling their energy to you, and they're responding in some way. And if they're in a time where they need space to be able to come to their own action initiations, and you are constantly pushing on their energy, you're essentially, it's like a salesman constantly knocking on the door, and you just don't want to deal with them because you're in your towel or you're trying to cook and you're taking care of whatever. They just don't have time. So you're going to push that energy further and further away. What has to be is that state of acceptance. And we were speaking with this exact same energy with another Pisces earlier today, mm-hmm. about being in that unconditional acceptance. It really is the Pisces secret tool to actually making things happen, is when they sit in this space, when they surrender control and they give up, any sense mm-hmm. of needing to control an outcome or force an energy. This is specifically for Pisces energy. When they sit in that space and they surrender and they're in unconditional acceptance, that is when everything happens. That is literally Pisces magic. Mm-hmm. I'm mixing my words. That is literally their little magical key that they can do, and not many others can do that, to be quite honest with you. Pisces has that inherent sense of magic, and so I can totally mm-hmm. understand why Spirit is showing me for you to rest in that space. The more that you keep peering and looking, you know, you're creating rifts.
And that's exactly what I've told her before. And it's, you know, this is where this duality that we can do with these readings really makes that difference, because everything that you've just told Jessica, I've already said. And I love that confirmation that is coming in from you, because, you know, it keeps, you know, if I was next to her, I would be like over the knuckles with a ruler, like, stop looking, stop looking, stop looking. Because every time she looks, she goes into a spiral, which brings her into some sort of negative depths. And this is not helping the energy. I said, every time you go down there, every time you go that way, you're changing the energy. You are not creating a positive energy. You're going into this pit of shit, literally, is what it turns into. And you're not rising that vibration. And what you're doing is you're dragging him into this pit of crap as well. And so then you both have to work hard to get out. Whereas if you're just staying within this energy, and it's exactly like you said, Brandon, there's so much going on behind the scenes that having to surrender into of the just the now, the present, allowing the things to come through that are supposed to come through, allowing those changes is going to make that massive difference within the creation. But getting into that energy of junk is not going to help this. And you know, it's just going to continue to spiral. So I love this.
Time for you to learn your magic.
Learn the magic. I'll tell you something. So I mean, yes, I'm Aquarius, but I've got 5 Pisces, you know, in my charts, like 5 different houses of Pisces. You know, I'm Moon, Mercury. I can't remember the other houses, but there's like 3 others in there. And,
yeah, or no, a lot of Pisces.
Mercury and Venus and Moon. That's what it is. And the moon. Mm-hmm. Right? And then I've got like 2 Scorpios in there that are also highly within the, you know, in the intuitive. So when you're talking about with that energy of being able to create, I see that with myself. But my son also within that Pisces energy. I mean, I swear to God, the kid could say, I want a horse in my backyard tomorrow. And I don't know how, but somehow some is going to show up. And I just pray to God he doesn't ask for that. Right? A velociraptor would be kind of cool, though. I wouldn't mind one of those if he could create one of those. But you know, that you know, that is that energy. And so you have to be careful. You have to watch yourself. So when I tell you, don't watch social media, it is just going
social media is quite toxic.
It is so horrible. And there's days, you know, where I'm thinking I'm just going to fucking unfollow, excuse my language, but you know, because it hurts me to see when people are trying to, you know, that they're not maybe particularly trying, but if you're seeing things that hurt you, then why are you watching it? Or if you're seeing people that aren't respecting you, then why watch it? Right? Stay within the energy that is going to feel good for you. So there we go.
I think one last thing I want to say on this regards, because this is good advice for everybody. You know, if you're at a moment where you are kind of out of a sense of control, that something you want or something that you need to do, it's not in your power or decision to make. Literally take all of that energy, take all of those emotions, imagine them like a little bubble inside of you. Take a deep breath and send that bubble out of you, and literally send it right up into the sky and be like, Spirit, God, Source, Universe, you know, I surrender all of this to you, and I have faith that you're going to put it all in the right place, and just let it go. If you can do it in a visual way, do it. If you need to do it, you know, with clairsentience, clairvoyance, you know, find your psychic strength, which Kathy and I will be able to help you in with future classes, by the way. But find that psychic strength, use that to your advantage, and send it out and give it to, again, God, Source, Spirit, Universe, whatever it is you believe in, and put it out there and trust and have faith that they are going to put all of that in the right space where it needs to be. That's where that surrender can come from. That's where that trust and faith and higher power will be able to happen.
It's and I was just reading one of the comments that you had said that you don't know what he wants. Who cares? What do you want? I mean, if it's not with him, it's going to be with someone. So throw out there what you want. Who cares what he wants? You don't need to watch social media to figure out what he wants. That's not going to be the answer, right?
Social media is just an avatar.
It's
like
social media means nothing,
things.
Right?
It's not reality.
It's not. And so who cares what he wants? What do you want? And if he's not there, if he's not matching that energy, again, 6,999 other people on this earth that is going to match that energy of what it is that you want. It's either up to him to step up or he doesn't. But here, watching social media is not going to create that. And I feel like taking that step back and really focusing on you is going to be, is what is going to make that creation. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I remember, we have attractions to people for reasons beyond logic that can be explained.
Right.
Ask yourself why you are drawn to this person, why you can't let go, why you feel the need to feel all the things that they want or know all the things that they want. Ask yourself why you have this attraction. Why does this keep coming up? I think you'll be surprised at the answers that are kind of reflected back on the self. It's always a beautiful way to figure out some of the roots there of what's going on. So There's a lot that you have in your tool belt, Jessica. You just have to be surrendering to use them.
I was just reading Blue Waters, 4 different placements, Scorpios, Pisces, all over the place. That's freaking awesome. So you're probably very intuitive, very empathic.
Lots of water.
Plenty of and as Blue Angel just said, plenty of fish in the sea. Like that.
Literally, Pisces.
Literally, literally, right? But staying, if you keep dragging yourself down into the mud, you're not going to be able to rise up. Again, heaven coming to earth, right? But earth wants to go to heaven too, but you can't if you're stuck like in the deep, dark pits of crap. You're not going to go there. So you have to move up. You have to allow that heaven, to come, to be able to present itself. Lala did ask a question here. I don't know if we're on Lala. We're probably not anywhere near, but Lala, I don't. So I just wanted to you had asked when my husband, like when you're going to meet your husband and what they're like. So that is one thing I don't do. I just want to be clear about that. I can't tell you exactly, what they look like or when they're going to show up or anything like that. If you can make it a little bit, just change that question, unless that's something that Brandon wishes to answer. For me personally, I don't do that because I do feel that it puts a restriction onto people as far as allowing energy to just work the way. Like if I was to tell you, oh, you're going to meet them, on this day at this time in this place, and this is what they look like, you're not going to take the path that it's going to create in order to get there. Okay. And a lot of times spirit doesn't show it to me. So like I could say you're going to meet at a coffee shop. However, it may not be that particular day. So you might miss going for coffee at a coffee shop until that particular day when maybe it was supposed to be a week before or maybe a week after. So I'm just going to leave it at that. So if you can change that question, that would be great.
Perfect. Well, we still have a few people away. So Lala here. Yeah, I think we might have to close the list off because we're already.
Oh yeah, no, we are. Yeah, I think it's
over hour 3.
Yeah.
I've been updating the list with time depending people because I figured if we had extra time, we could be able to get to the people that missed the list. But
okay.
Let's go next with Polyfree here. Polyfree, Zachary, March 4th. If I continue to focus on myself, does Spirit think everything else I've been wanting, love-wise, will happen, aka an everlasting relationship and friendships? So basically, focusing on the self, is that going to bring Zach everything else that he, wants? Okay,
so the short answer on that is going to be yes. Now, Zach, the thing I'm really being shown in regards to your energy, I'm just trying to grasp exactly what is going on here with this energy here. I feel a little bit of impatience within you at times. And I do feel, okay, so there's this combination that's coming in here. I feel that at times there is this enormous amount of forgiveness that you exude. And then there's other times where there's an enormous block that you automatically throw up. So it's like this and then this. And what I get here is learning to really balance. It's like that temperance card coming in within the tarot, where you're starting to balance those energies. And I feel that it's really run off of emotions. There's a lot of emotions. And, obviously being that Pisces, you're very empathic, you're very intuitive. So I'm getting here that some of the people that you may have possibly dated in the past probably weren't all that spiritually aligned, which really kind of screwed with your energy in some way. So what I'm getting here is I do feel that you need to also, like you had said, when I work on myself, really work on the balance within yourself. So it's allowing yourself to flow with the energy of what it is that you're feeling from somebody. So if you're feeling some sort of something that can make you be a little upset, I want you to follow the path of, why am I upset with this? Why do I feel like this? Why? Go deep, go deep, go deep. You might hit that place where you're just going, oh yeah, no, I kind of figured it out. I don't like this person. Okay, but that's an honest approach. That's an honest response. Maybe you're feeling inauthenticity from them. Maybe you're just feeling you're just not attracted. That's okay. Maybe, whatever it is. But when you come to that conclusion of it, but don't just slam the door immediately, is what I'm getting. In the other degree, I do feel that there have been people that there's been that emotional response to, that you've met, and that there's been this emotional response to them, where you felt very heart open. And I'm feeling like those people are going to start showing up quicker too. Here's the thing though, and I'm not getting lots of how do I say this? It's not like you're going to be in all of these like long-term relationships. I feel like this is going to be a lot of instant responses in some manner. Okay. Whether this is a face-to-face interaction, whether you meet them on the internet, however it is. But what I'm getting here is there's a little bit too much forgiveness at the same time for the people that have not shown you the respect or the compassion or whatever it is. And it's almost as though, like, even though you're feeling it within your heart, they might be, that closed down energy, and you've sort of tried to push that door open. So what I'm getting from that response is, if that door is staying closed, don't keep pushing at it. Just kind of take that walk away. Very similar energy to what we felt with Jessica. Just kind of take that move back, allow the energy to either change, transform, or, mutate itself in some way to open up or whatever. But it feels as though there's been at times within you that you've looked at things on a surface. Like, if we're looking at a pyramid, for instance, let's pretend this is that iceberg. This is the part that you're looking at times, whether this is within forgiveness or whether this is within closing the door, and you're not allowing that depth to come through. So what I'm getting here is, as soon as you allow yourself to really start exploring this, and I feel like this is at the beginning of this year, like this is going to be something that's going to happen fairly quickly. Now, all of a sudden, you've learned this balance, and that's where that person comes through. And that's why I feel like this practice is going to be really important for you, because you're going to feel this person's energy. And I've told you this before, you're going to feel this person's energy from like a mile away, or you're going to feel them coming. You're going to feel like they are about to appear. You want to be ready for that. And I feel like that practice with that energy is going to be super beneficial. So yes, to answer your question, working on yourself will bring about exactly what it is that you are truly desiring. So
do want to say one thing in regards to this. Kathy, you went so much deeper than I connected with this. But the one thing that I'm shown is that, first of all, Sac, poly-free, your question almost feels like an ultimatum. And it's like you communicating with your own higher self saying, if I believe in you, will you bring me all this stuff? Because if you don't, then I'm not going to open up to you. And I want to be clear that Spirit is showing me a moment that's going to happen in this next year for you, that you are going to open yourself up, and that it's going to seemingly bring up things that you don't think that you want. It's going to look almost almost opposite. And this is what Kathy kept highlighting, that if you get to that block, don't let it distract you into going into some other total realm. The point is you need to keep moving forward and to remain open, because what happens is there is probably going to be a moment where you make yourself open, and then things that are like sort of on backlog are going to come up that that weren't dealt with, and then all of a sudden they're fully dealt with, boom, that's where you're getting your quote unquote reward. That's where you're getting that breakthrough, that opening, that growth. So I think the biggest thing to take away here is to keep yourself open. And then if you're getting things that almost seem opposite of what you're actually desiring, keep staying open, because once that's finally overcome, that's when all of the things that you are really wanting start to come through. So don't get discouraged if you do keep running into those closed doors. That's not the point. That's not the point to say, oh, well, it's not working, I'll just close myself back off again. No. You're being brought what you want, but the path to get there, it's like making a road trip, from New York to LA. Oh, I want to take this road trip. Oh, okay. Well, now I have these hurdles. Oh, there's a traffic jam. Oh, this road is closed. Are you just going to turn around and go back home? Or are you going to keep going down the road? There might be annoyances, but there might also be really beautiful things. And I actually have officially driven from coast to coast in the United States. So I know there are so many beautiful things to see along the way. And it was, a little bit annoying, but it's going to be 100% worth the journey.
And that's exactly it. Enjoy that journey that you're on. And you were saying here, my biggest issue lately is, is having to cope with women having children. You know what? Who cares? Like, you know what? If you don't feel bad about that, if that's not your thing, it's not your thing. That's kind of like forcing somebody, somebody doesn't like dogs and they want, somebody has like 20 of them. Why should you feel bad about that? Just remove yourself from that energy. The worst thing that you can do is lead that woman with the children on. That would be worse than just saying, look, you know what? I'm sure your kids are wonderful and great and all, but it's not for me. It's just not for me.
And how they react to that?
Huh?
If they think how they react to that, if they think you're a bad person because you don't want to give them a chance because you have kids, that's on them. That's on them.
It's not about you. You're being honest with them. And that's where it comes.
You're not responsible for their reactions. You are not responsible what you want makes them feel. You're
Absolutely.
not for that.
Absolutely. I mean, you can't feel bad about that. It's like, okay, let's change this around a little bit. What if somebody didn't have a car and another person was like, well, I don't want to be, the only driver. Why should somebody feel bad about that? I don't want to, let's say, okay, this would never happen because for me, that would be a requirement in my thing. But if somebody came along and said, hey, I don't have a car, I'd be like, okay, well, catch you later, simply because I don't want to be driving them around. I'm not a freaking taxi driver. I'm not a bus driver. I'm not your personal chauffeur. You either figure it out or you back off. I'm not going to feel bad about that. Why should I feel bad about that? That's not my issue. This is my life. It's not, you know what I mean? I don't have to share my life, but I want the person that I'm sharing my life with to be in that place of compatibility with me. And if you're not into kids, you're not into kids. You never have to feel bad about that. This is your life. At some point, you may just change your mind on that, and that's okay too. Bottom line is, don't feel bad about it. That's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you have absolute permission to be exactly who you are, want exactly what you want.
Right, but be honest about it, and that's the important thing, is being the honest and the truthful and the be genuine with it, and if it's not your thing, that's not your thing, but it is, but letting them know you need to do that as well, so that their emotions don't get caught up into something as well, right? So
that's your responsibility, exactly.
Right.
Being direct and clear about it.
Absolutely.
How they react, that's all on them.
Yeah.
Oh, such beautiful nuggets for everybody, I think, coming out today in these questions.
I love it.
Readings. Wonderful. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Polyfree. Next up is going to be Shafi.
Okay. Hello, Shafi.
Let's actually do a little roll call here.
Okay.
Just to make sure everybody is here. So we got Shafi, okay, is here. HK, are you still here? Levity, are you still here? Blue Angel is here. Lala, are you still here? Kay, are you still here? I just want to make sure that everybody is tuned in and listening so we can get to them and kind of move quickly through the last 6 as we've been live for over 3 hours.
I know. Whoopsie.
So let's make sure we can keep the smooth train here. All right, so we've got Shafi, we've got HK. Those are our next 2.
Okay.
So there might be a little bit of delay. So Levty, Lala, K, if y'all are still here, please sound off in the chat so we know you're here, or we will skip over you and we will not be coming back because we are ending our live soon.
We're getting tired.
Okay. So let's connect with Shafi. Shafi, October 27, 1991. Who is coming towards me in a romantic long-term relationship for 2021? Present or past?
Present or past? What is Shafty's birth date again? And first name?
October 27th, Scorpio.
Okay. Present or past? You know what? I'm going to be honest. I keep hearing a combination.
Okay, so she says new or past energy.
New or past energy.
So somebody new or somebody from the past.
Yeah. New or past energy. I still get a combination of both. Shafi, what I'm getting here is that I feel new more. I feel a long term with new, or I feel a committed moving forward with somebody new. I am getting though, or am I? Is it?
I know exactly why you're picking up on this.
Right? Shafi. Like, do you feel that too? Like you're getting it? Mm-hmm. It feels like a past energy is coming through. And I feel it's for a learning. I feel it's for an expansion. I feel there may be a decision that needs to be made with this person. Yeah. Because you may have to decide if this is something that you actually want, or you're going to have to decide if this is, it feels like this new person comes through because of the fact that it's like a distraction. It's like a good distraction to take you away from the energy of whatever it is that you're focused in on now, or that past energy or whatever was holding you down in some way. But I feel like this past person coming back and right? You're getting that. Hey,
well, it's so if you don't mind.
No, please do. I have to run.
So I'm being shown that there is. Okay. So what I'm showing, Shafi, is that there's a person whose energy is still attached. There's still an attachment happening. And so what Spirit shows me is that you're going to disengage or disconnect from this person fully. I don't know if it'll be because of an experience or word shared or something coming up, but what Spirit shows me is that there's this feeling of you detaching, disconnecting, and then somebody new does come in. And it's because your energy is no longer attached to somebody, so it's like you're available. Right now, being attached to whomever this person is in the past, it's making you appear to be unavailable. And it's like new people are either not coming in or they're dissuaded from like connecting fully. And so what happens is when you disconnect, this new person does come in. And I keep being shown that this is actually a really great connection. Spirit does show me that this absolutely has long-term potential, but that once you're in that good energy, that good space, those good vibes, this is when that person from the past comes back again. And they try to re-engage, reignite, whatever is being had. And this is going to be the biggest part, I think, of your 2021, is for you to make the decision on who you want to be with. So it's like you're ending this year with not being sure, if you're going to have a relationship, and going into this next year of, oh gosh, now I have too many options. And now, what in the world I do. That's going to be a big defining factor, I feel, for your 2021, is choosing who you are actually going to be with.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be all up to you. You can decide if you want to link on and reignite that stuff from the past, or, if you want to go with this person who is new. I will tell you this, our past is our past for a reason. And if, I always keep that frame of mind, especially when it comes to relationships, of, well, if it was supposed to work out, then it would have before. It might not always be the best way to operate. And sometimes, information can come through that contradicts that. But I feel like it's a good way to operate for the brain, the monkey mind, as some people like to call it, that, just does its kind of own thing. And we sometimes are at the whim of it, especially in emotional moments. But this is going to be the main point is for you to be met with this decision. Once you disconnect from the person in the past and you're engaged in something new and a new connection, what is going to be your heart's desire? What are you going to let yourself listen to? Are you going to listen to the heart, or are you going to listen to the brain and memories? Are you going to go back to the past, or are you going to stay present in the future? This is going to be a big decision, because it's going to make up a lot of what you are going to see, in your life. What you're going to see as far as relationships, what you're going to see as far as decisions you make, even that go beyond just relationships.
Mm-hmm. Shafi, I almost feel like there was was there some sort of ultimatum given at some point, or like when you grow up, kind of come back, or some sort of cutoff point or something like that? Like, it feels, I don't know if it almost feels like, I don't know how to explain that, but it feels like there was something, done or said, or in some, maybe just the energy of that itself. Like, if you're ready to show me that I'm here, or I'm going to take a step back in some way until this energy is. So it almost feels like once you concentrate on that new, that's where that old energy starts coming back again, simply because it's almost like you've cut off the energy of that old person, and that it's almost like they feel it and they want to come back. They want to try to prove or show something. I didn't listen to all of Brandon said, but
no, I said exactly that too, Kathy. You're totally
okay.
Right there.
Yeah, because that's what I keep getting from that energy. So it's really up to them whether they've grown, right? Like, make sure that they're not just coming back because of that cutoff of the energy that they're not feeling anymore. That's what you want to make sure of.
Yeah, you have to make that distinguishment. But I'm telling you, if you're already in something new, it's just,
yeah.
Like I said in the chat, my personal advice is to go with the new as well. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Perfect. I hope that's helped.
So I was telling Chappie, I'm like, you're going from end of 2020 with, not being sure you'll have a relationship, to 2021 being forced to choose between one and another.
Yeah. And then, hey, we always like choices, right? Like, and if somebody doesn't want to present themselves, or if they're indecisive, well, you can go decide somewhere else. Like, you move on, right? Like, again, we're not something to make a decision on, right? People should never be something to make a decision on. You either like me or you don't like me. You want to either make this move or you don't want to make this move. If you're stuck in that energy, there's a corner, you go sit in the corner and you go do you. But I'm going to go enjoy life, right?
So lack of a decision is a decision.
Yeah. Right. So
in and of itself.
Yeah.
Well, good luck, Shafi. Follow that heart. Follow your heart. It's the biggest thing.
Yeah. All right.
So HK is up next. Heather,
okay, Heather. Hey, Heather, how you doing?
Heather would like to know love with Mitchell in 2021. Mitchell is April 3rd. So Heather, Capricorn, and Mitchell, Aries.
Okay, Heather, I feel with Mitchell. I'm going to tell you what I pick up. I almost feel, first of all, I do feel that wall that I had felt previously between the two of you, has been coming down, on that spiritual side, that spiritual level. I feel he's going to make some sort of movement forward. I'm still getting a lot of emotional crap within him is what I'm getting. I almost feel, Heather, this is where you're going to have to make a decision too. I do feel that he may come back, or what I'm getting is him coming back, but you almost being so spiritually evolved or ascended in a manner that might be a decision for you. I feel like you're going to have to almost make a decision is he going to bring down my spiritual path at this time? Is he going to take away from something that I've already learned, evolved, let go of? It's almost like, is he going to take all of those lessons that I learned in 2020 and all of the ways that I expanded myself? Because I still feel there's that part of him that kind of just, sort of sits on the floor and is kind of like, like that. And I almost feel like you're going to have to some degree, put effort into this. Because even though the emotions may be there for him, he may not be that expressive. I feel like, it's interesting because I keep seeing like almost like a getaway or a vacation for the two of you in some manner coming later in the summer. Like this might just be a 2-day excursion or something along that line. And all of a sudden, what I'm being shown here is him in a different energy. So I feel that if he was to come forward in the early part of this year here, he's still going to be in a place that is not going to be emotionally quite ready. What I am getting is later in the summer, like I said, I'm feeling like an excursion of some sort. Like this could be like a trip to the beach or, a getaway or something along that line. But it feels as though there is a happier, more blessed energy towards this, like he has somehow evolved. I do feel with his emotions, there is going to continue to be that sort of up and down emotional, and I had said this before, that seasonal type of depression or whatever, but I feel him coming out of this, not completely. I mean, that's something that, might be very difficult to completely eradicate, but I do feel him being more expressive in regards to that. I just keep getting this warning is do not allow him to bring down that spiritual evolution that you gained throughout 2020 is what I keep getting. So I don't know if you have.
That's beautifully said, because, just to sum up what I'm feeling here, which I think is like everything Cathy said. I keep feeling that the emotions, the emotional walls are slowly breaking down, and that there is more and more vulnerability as the year continues. And Spirit shows me that it goes from, and I think that's similar to those ups and downs Cathy was seeing, that these emotions will continue to break down, and then that the roots really start to take hold, and that a whole new aspect of this connection really starts to open up. And I kind of imagine it, the way I'm seeing it is they're showing me as like over the next few months is like slowly breaking down, those walls breaking down. And then you might see a little bit, a few peaks, but I'm not seeing until like halfway through the year where that switch is totally made. And then all of a sudden it's like the other end of the spectrum, and those roots are in, and the, relationship connection starts really growing and taking a whole new path. So this, for you, Heather, I think it's really important to be patient for a lot of this year, but especially the next 4 or 5 months. It's really important for you to be patient, because it'll be difficult, I think, to really see convincing progress. But I feel like by that 5th, 6th month, you're really going to be able to see that. So around May, June, you'll really start to see that shift. So don't be discouraged, but be, I think, very patient this year, because the process is happening. And with who's the earth sign here? Oh, Heather is the earth sign. Okay, you should have natural patience. You should have natural tenacity. I know you don't have time for BS, but there seems to be a difference. This doesn't feel like BS. This feels like clear, emotional, evolving is really what's happening, I think, within Mitchell. And that process does take time, especially for him, especially that Aries energy. It can be quite challenging for Aries to get really in touch with their emotions, because they just express them and then they move on from them. They don't look at them. They don't reflect on them. They don't, look backwards. They're just always looking forward, always looking forward. So it does take time for that kind of mind, that kind of energy, to really get into emotional evolvement. So be patient, which I think you do have that tenacity to be. And I think you're going to see that difference here in the next upcoming months.
Yeah. I feel that it feels like I can literally see you guys, in some sort of, like I said, a couple of day excursion or whatever, or vacation or getting away, and it's almost like you see him in a different light, which is a positive light, but he's seeing you in that positive advancement as well. So yeah, I hope that's helped. Beautiful energy.
It really is interesting. It's a journey for sure.
Yeah.
But one that feels actually quite rewarding.
So Lala, I know I kind of said it before. I don't know if you were listening before. Can you just, I don't look into like when people will exactly meet like their husbands and stuff like that, or come up with physical descriptions, or, all of that. Just simply because it's just not something that I personally look into. I don't know if that's something Brandon wants to take a look at, but I do, like, for me personally, I feel that it blocks future energy if we give, days and times and what they look like and all of that stuff. So, just.
So if the question isn't rephrased by the time we get to you, Lala, which we're up to Love Tea next,
right?
Cathy and I will just look at what's coming for love for you in 2021, since we are doing predictions on the show. So if you want something more specific than that, then please rephrase that question in the chat. Otherwise, we will look at just what's coming for you in love for 2021. All right, so Love Tea is asking exactly that. April 10th is the date of birth. What's next in love for me?
Okay. Did she put her name and birth date or anything?
It's Love Tea, April 10th.
Love Tea,
Aries.
April 10th. Okay. April 10th, Love Tea. Okay. Just give me a second here. April 10th. Okay. Oh, interesting. All right. So I am being shown. I'm being shown you walking down literally a path. You know, it's interesting because for me, you know, when I see the path, it's like it talks about like a journey. It talks about you know, being open to what you see upon the road, that sort of thing. But okay, as you're walking through, okay, so love it, let me explain this. I feel like, I don't know if this was a past energy, but I feel like there was times where okay, if you're walking down the road and let's say the road is lined with people on each side, I feel that there was a part of you at some point that would have stopped and actually spoke with each person, maybe even spent time there. And then, you know, maybe, you know, you cut off the energy or they cut off the energy, or, you know, there was just no interest. And then you kind of went to the next one and down the road. So it almost feels as though there was a purposeful intent upon finding that person. What I'm really getting here, Levity, is that you're being led by your inner guidance, your inner, like that heart chakra energy. I almost feel like there's going to be a lot of suitors that are coming your way, like a lot of options. But you've closed off a lot of that energy towards others because you're starting to recognize the fact that you don't need all of that energy. You don't need it almost, and don't take this in the wrong way. It feels like there was some attention behind, you know, having all of these people that were sort of, you know, that you may have spent time with. It's like you wanted that attention, but now you're in this place. What I'm getting here, and I'm hearing September, so I don't know what September has to do with it. But again, you know, it's the date that I hear or the month that I hear. But what I'm really getting here is like, you're sort of looking at these people and you go, I don't need your attention. Like you may have spent more time talking to people than you really actually needed to spend time talking to, just simply because there may have been an element of loneliness or maybe, you know, desiring, you know, some sort of relationship or that communication or whatever it was. So you may have actually put more energy in at times. So what I'm getting here is like, it's almost like you see them, you see these people along the road, but you're like, I'm not feeling it. I'm okay with that. And you know, you're just going. But what you're really truly doing is being guided because there's a person at the end of this road that I feel it's almost like they're on this road, that you're on this road, and these roads combine and lead into one. And I hear around September. So it almost feels as though there is some learning, evolving, you know, recognizing the fact that you don't need to waste your energy on things that are just not coming to fruition with people. Or if you're getting those red flags, it's like you're starting to recognize the red flags. You're starting to recognize, you know, that they're just not there. They're not there in the communication. They're not there in their involvement. They're not there in their energy. You know, there's maybe lacks of disrespect, but it's short times that you're spending with them, like literally minutes or seconds, where you just recognize it right away and you just go, no, I don't need that. Because you're really being guided by your heart energy. Yes. And I do feel that this is 2021. I do feel this happening, but this is going to really depend on you by recognizing the energy that people are bringing towards you. So if it's not an energy that feels good to you, if it's not an energy that they're presenting that is going to be committed and respectful and wanting to evolve into a relationship, you know, it's like cutting that energy off and just moving forward. That's what I keep getting. I feel like you're being guided towards your person. They are at that end of the road. And I do feel it being this month, as long as you continue along that path and recognizing what isn't right for you. I hope that makes sense. So I don't know. What do you get anything different, Brandon, or?
That's so great. I wonder if there's like going to be some kind of speed dating or love team throwing themselves in like a dating pool of some kind, because I see exactly what you're picking up here. I think the point is, though, Love T, what Kathy and I are both picking up on is that there is a relationship that comes out of this year. There is a solid bond. There is an emotional, developed bond. I do feel like there is even more social occurrences that you are going to experience in love with this. That's why I'm asking about like the whole speed dating thing or something like that, because I see what Kathy's picking up on. It feels like almost like there's this, not like a whirlwind, but there are definitely moving parts, moving energies, other people.
Yeah.
And like Cathy keeps saying, at the end of this road, there is a bond, there is a relationship, there is like this sacred connection. And so just to get a little bit more into it, I asked Spirit the energy of this relationship, of this connection, and they are showing me that it is growing your own personal sense of security. I don't know why that feels really important, but they keep showing me it's growing your own internal sense of security. Perhaps it allows you to trust more in the connection. Perhaps it allows you to feel more anchored or rooted in your own self. But this relationship absolutely does allow you a greater sense of security to be able to move forward, not only with yourself, not only with them, but in life itself. So it feels quite impactful. It feels important. So I think like Cathy said, be clear and be discerning, with what you want and don't want, because the other people will just fall away easily, and like it'll be like the Red Sea parting, and that last one is
right?
Like right there
Yeah.
at the end of that road. Like it'll just be so incredibly clear to you. It'll be so clear. You will not be able to deny like the feeling. So don't get hung up on, oh, is this person right? Because you won't have to question that when that
you'll just know and you'll feel. And I feel like 2021 for a lot of people, a lot of relationships is seriously just that. It's looking, how we talked about people being fake and not being real and not being, authentic, whatever I said, but like it's recognizing this and going, why am I wasting my time with this? Why am I doing this? Like, no. You come at me straight. You come at me honest. You come at me open. I'm here. It's this ingenuine behavior, whether it's from romantic relationships, whether it's from spiritual advisors, whether it's from careers. If it's not feeling genuine and authentic, I feel like that is what is trying to lead us into the future. And if we're just trying to draw somebody in for the attention, when I say that, that's not saying I need attention, I'm a drama queen. It's not like that. But there's that difference between being alone and being lonely, right? And if you're doing something because you're lonely, then buy a dog, like really, or get a cat or a goldfish, because a person should not be the creation of a relationship because of loneliness. A person should be there because of that compatibility. And if you can spend that time alone and you're not pining on, or worrying about being the lonely, that's where that real evolution is going to happen. And that's where those strong bonds of those relationships are going to be built, right? Because nobody wants a dependent relationship. You want to be able to have a relationship that is going to be compatible with each other. You don't want to be in that relationship where you have to completely always be in each other's faces 100% of the time. Like, I'm fully up for man caves. I'm up for woman caves. Like, you go here, I go here. We'll meet in the middle. Great. But you want an hour to yourself, you have it. I want an hour to myself, I have it. Like, hey, that's a good relationship, right? So, but that's where we have to really start being decisive of what it is that we want. And I mean, I've literally gone out with people that are like, you know, if you're in the bathroom, they're like, hello, 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 whether it's on text or whether it's, you know, physically, right? Years ago. And you're like, what the, get the frick out. Like, nobody needs that. You know, this is an opportunity to expand who we are as people. And if somebody wants to join you on that journey, or if you want to join somebody on their journey, this is the time to do it. But it has to be genuine and authentic. So don't take that. You don't need what are on the sides of the road. You want what is at that end of the road, that beautiful energy. And it actually is being shown to me as very bright and beautiful and green, which is showing me that heart healing energy, which this person is going to present to you. That's what I get. Long way of going about it, but that's how I'm receiving it. So
beautiful. Well, it's coming, love to you. Just honestly, just be you and hang tight. That's really the best thing to do now. All right, so we got 3 more here.
Okay. Yay.
Blue Angel is next.
Hello, Blue Angel.
Blue Angel, if you don't mind, if we could have your first name and also your date of birth, that would help us to give just a more direct channel into you and your energy. In case
and what question they're looking for too? If they...
Blue Angel would like to know, love reading, please, for the next 6 months.
Oh, okay.
Jody, 10/24/86.
10/24.
Another Scorpio. Well, that's actually, I think that's Libra. Yeah, that's Libra. Libra, Scorpio cusp. No, that's Scorpio. Yeah. I'm so sorry. That's Scorpio, 100%. Sorry. The 22nd is that Libra energy still. Libra, Scorpio. 24 is definitely Scorpio. Because I have a few friends actually born on the 24th. That's pretty cool.
The next 6 months. You're limiting yourself, Joey. That's what I feel. You're limiting yourself. You know, it's interesting. I'm being shown the World card in the tarot, which the World card talks about ending cycles, ending, you know, patterns, ending behaviors, ending sometimes possibly relationships, things that no longer serve you. The World card is like you've gone around the world, you've experienced what you need to experience, and at the same time, you're letting go and no longer carrying baggage from, you know, continuing a circle. That's what I keep getting. It almost feels like, you know, I'm just going to give it to you straight. I really feel like you're limiting on that 6 months. I don't know, because I'm getting the real magic happens August. Again, August seems to be quite the month for people, I feel.
I'd be interested to look at the astrology of that time.
Right? Yeah. Jody, I'm kind of wondering here, are you there? It almost feels as though some past energy, I want to say a relationship, and this person might almost be with somebody. Do you know what I mean? Like it almost feels, like a third party situation, or they're indecisive. The third party doesn't need to be an actual person. It can be a situation. It can be an issue. But it does feel like there's some sort of, you know, third something in here. Yeah, Scorpio, Libra, cusp. Does that make any sense to you? Because it feels as though you might be waiting for somebody to possibly be making a decision or making that move forward. It's almost like I almost feel like I'm on a date app, but I am not sure if I want to stay on there. I don't know if you should stay on there. I'm not getting that. I'm still picking up on some sort of past energy coming through.
I'm in agreement here with you, Kathy. I do keep feeling some kind of attachment with the past and some other connection. And Spirit is showing me that things are not going to be able to move forward until this past is like disengaged from.
Oh, a legal matter. I am waiting on a legal matter. Okay, maybe that's where that third energy or whatever it is coming through.
Is this legal matter attached with somebody that you were previously with in a relationship? Because that would make a lot of sense. That would make a lot of sense with what we're both picking up on here. Because I keep being shown that this is a year for you to initiate, to be initiated with a new connection, that something new should be opening up. But Kathy and I both keep feeling this pull, almost like when I feel it, it almost feels like this gnawing, like something that is incessant, that's annoying. Okay. It's pulling on your energy and it's pulling you away from being able to move forward. Okay. So waiting on a legal, yeah, kind of. So they were kind of involved, I guess, is the answer there.
I'm feeling almost like that weight within that, like you had said, like something needs to be resolved first, some sort of past that is coming through here. You know, Jody, you're so intuitive. You've got such empathic, sharp mind, empathic abilities that are being shown here. I just keep feeling, you're limiting yourself. That was the first thing I felt like you're limiting. Like, I feel like your expansion on this year, this love coming through for you is coming through. It may be in the later part, more of the later part of the year, but it feels as though things are just coming to a close. They're ending. You're evolving.
Yeah.
More so this first 6 months. And it almost feels like you know it too. Like it almost feels like there is this sense within you that you kind of know that, but there may be a resistance towards that.
Which is normal.
Yeah.
Completely normal.
But here's the interesting part. I feel like once you let go of that resistance and this, whatever this world, this ending of legal, whatever it is, or, you know, however that book closes, it almost is like it's opening up this whole new amazing adventure, this whole new world, this whole new opportunity, all of these things that are completely moving forward for you. But I don't feel them right away. I do feel them coming into about August is what I'm getting. Like, I don't even feel like this is like later August. Like, I feel beginning of August. It's almost like, whew, there it is. Okay, open up. But I feel like these endings need to happen first, or this ending, or this cycle closing out, or letting go of I you know, here's the thing. I feel like, because you're, like I said, you're very intuitive, you're very empathic, you've got a sharp mind. You have your crap together. Okay, that's what I'm going to say. You have your crap together. But it almost feels like the stuff that is not quite ended yet is dragging you down. And I almost want to say the reason for the wait is, I mean, if it clears up sooner, I feel like this person could come in sooner, or this love life just really taking off. But I feel like the reason that it's hanging on is because it's like you're dragging that old baggage, or you need to let go of that baggage first, because it's just not going to be the relationship that you want it to be until it's let go of. That's what I get.
Oh, I will say this to finish up here. I think we're onto something really important for Jody.
Yeah.
What I keep being shown is that when all of this has been finally resolved and let go and disconnected, it's not in your energy anymore. Spirit keeps showing me that there is going to be a new connection, a love connection. And what they're specifically showing me is that you're going to meet and connect with somebody who has also gone through something very similar. If it's not literally, it'll be energetically, and this person will feel like they have just gone through this intense, crazy breakdown of life or whatever, and they had just gotten over it. And the two of you are going to be in this clean slate place together. It's like you're on the same page. Oh my God, I'm getting so many pains in the gut right now.
I'm sure I've got goosebumps on my arm. So
it's such an interesting and beautiful meeting and union and connection together, and the both of you are going to be like, oh my God, we're at this clean slate. Let's take on life. Like, let's do this. We are ready. Yeah. We know we're ready. We have been ready for some time, and finally, the physical represents the feelings that we've had internally, emotionally, and the two of you are just it's going to be smooth sailing. So honestly, I think really pay attention and focus on the resolve and that stuff clearing up and your energy not being attached to that, because once that disconnection happens, it's going to be a beautiful union. I really feel that.
I do too. It feels like this is going to be a relationship that will blow you away. But you do have to go through that ending on all of this stuff. And I know you're saying it's been going on for a few years. I do feel like a resolve coming at some point here, but it's also the emotional resolve that is needed to happen. Okay. So
yes, it's literally going to be like a dream come true. I don't know if I've ever said that on the show, because it doesn't happen often when spirit shows me this way, but it really feels like a relationship that's a dream come true.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Agree. I feel it in my gut. I'm feeling it so hard. Like my physical body is responding. My mental psychic body is responding. Like it's all responding. That was interesting. Yeah. Well, enjoy. Good luck with this process.
I hope it's helped.
But you will absolutely have a reward at the other end of that.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your question. And I don't know if I've seen you here, Blue Angel, so thank you for being here with us. All right, so Lala and then Kay, and then we are officially done with the list. I think this is one of the longest shows we've ever done.
I think it is too.
This does not show our listeners' dedication. My goodness.
Yeah, 100%.
All right. So Lala did change the question here.
Blue Angel, make sure that you're subscribed to, okay, please. And then, that way for, we're more than happy to do more readings in the future and stuff like that too. So, okay.
So Lala has changed the question to 2021 love. So I'm not sure I have Lala's first name or date of birth here. I didn't see it in the chat, and it's possible I missed over it, but I don't think I caught it.
Is Lala still here?
I'm not sure. I think Lala is far behind as far as like the timing.
Okay.
So why don't we just go ahead and kind of give Lala our predictions here. And then they can get caught up when they listen, or maybe if they listen later or something. We can just give Lala the 2021 love predictions.
Okay. Lala. Okay, Lala, I do feel I feel this coming in for the energy first, okay? I feel that in the past, and thank you, Blue Angel. Truly appreciate it. It was a pleasure connecting with you. I feel like in the past, I feel like even to some possibility within the future, like this present, where you are right now, I feel a bit of urgency. I feel like there's some sense that that maybe you're not going to find the person, or they're not coming through, or maybe you've been disappointed. This is what I'm getting, but I feel like there's an urgency. What I keep hearing from spirit is you have to chill. That's so simple. I don't even mean it like that, but that was the basic energy that's coming in from that. What I keep getting is like there's this anxiety within you. I feel like there's almost this, it feels like a rush. It feels like an energy of wanting something in such a way that you may be presenting yourself to people, or you have presented yourself to people in a manner that felt a little rushed, instead of just kind of relaxing with the energy and allowing it to come through. So what I'm getting here, I feel somebody coming through, and I feel like they have energetically tried to come through before. I don't know if this person, was somebody that you've already met, or if this is actually a new person, but their energy has been around you in some manner. But there was it almost felt like you were so ready to create something that it did move the energy back a bit. What I'm getting from spirit is they're really saying, we are bringing it to you, but if you keep trying to pull it in before it's ready, it's not going to be as it's not going to. I feel like this next person that you're going to be with is going to be like the end person. Like this could be somebody that could be that long-term commitment and all of that stuff, but you're going to have to energetically back off too. Like you can't push this relationship. And I just keep feeling a lot of pushing coming through here. Maybe perhaps in past relationships, maybe perhaps even if there was a present one. This is what I just keep getting. And spirit is saying, you're not allowing us to create this on a natural level. And this is what we're trying to do for you. But that's why there's a delay, is because you're not allowing the natural progression of this relationship. You're sort of pushing it in some way, or there's a lot of anxiety or a lot of stress around, the end result of it. And this is the lesson that you're trying to teach you at this time. So do I feel somebody coming in for 2020? I feel like energetically they're just waiting for you to get into a different place spiritually in order to present themselves.
I think you hit on some really good points here, Kathy. Just to resound before we move on to our last reading, it feels like for Lala, I mean, things just feel quite confusing and a little all over the place and a little contradicting and unsure. And one moment it looks like one thing, the next it's another, and so it feels kind of all over the place. And Kathy is absolutely right that there is like this lesson or something trying to be forced to learn. And what Spirit keeps specifically showing me is for you to actually communicate with them, for you to actually say, hey, bring me somebody who is on my level, bring me somebody who connects and communicates like I do with you, because you need to open yourself up to that energy. It's because Lala, you're ready. This lifetime is ready for you to have a spiritual deep connection and relationship. And so in order to bring that about, you need to communicate with spirit and open up that channel yourself. So this is really solid advice. I hope you listen to Kathy here, because all of this chaos and confusion, it's a direct result of you not listening to that inner voice and that inner guidance, and for you to not be engaged at that spiritual level with your guides, with source, with spirit. You are absolutely to be communicating with them. So that's really important. I know it might seem like totally two different areas, but trust me, they're absolutely connected, because and again, especially for you, because you are supposed to have this spiritually awakening or opening relationship.
Yeah. I feel like like I said, it's been sitting there. It's wanting to come in, but
I see this often for people in that kind of position.
Right? Yeah. Like, but it's almost like, it's like chasing a cat. You're not going to win. And I feel like, like when you're in a calm and gentle place within your energy and a strong confidence, they'll come to you. They want to be loved and petted and they want that energy. But if you're like, kitty, they're going to, and that's kind of the energy. That's the best way that I can explain the energy at this time is what it feels like. So just allow it, just be in that place of allowance and you'll see it appear.
Well, thank you, Lala. I hope you listened to this. If we missed you live, if you're behind, just be sure to tune in there. And if you had any questions, you can come back next week. Anything that needs clarity. But just know, Kathy and I might forget what happened last week because we're tuning into the moment, as you saw today in the show. So just kind of keep it in mind. But we'll help you. You've been here with us for a while, so we've got you.
I really,
right,
here's the thing. You got such beautiful energy. And that's the thing. You just want to reel it in and allow the beauty of your energy to shine on its own.
And multiple levels.
Yeah.
All right.
K. What does K want to know?
September 8th. Oh, yeah, my other friend's birthday, my bestie's birthday. That's right. Will I stay at my current job or move on to the new offer at the school? My boss is fighting for me to stay, but I don't know what the best option is money-wise. All right, Kay, so do you want to know the best option for you based on money and finances, or do you want to know the best option for yourself overall? But the question is, will I stay at my current job or move on to the new offer at the school?
The new offer at the school? Okay. I'm going to be honest with you, Kay. I think the new offer would be good for you, but I'm feeling there is an emptiness in moving forward. It doesn't feel like the connections within that environment are going to be as fulfilling in some manner for you. I almost feel like where you are now, it's hard to tell. Here's the thing. I mean, bottom line, it's going to have to come down to you. I feel like there's a comfort where you are now. It almost feels like it feels like a good energy. Is it going to be career advancing though? That's a tougher one. But
I know exactly what you're picking up here, Kathy. Like, I feel the same way because it's like, I feel okay being able to make the best out of either situation, but I do feel different energies being like picked or pinged within each decision. And it's like, okay, well, what do I want to feel? If both are going to be successful, then what is it that I really want to be able to see? Is it finances? Is it coworkers and cooperation? Is it, climbing a ladder? And I think that's going to be the ultimate question that you're going to be forced to ask yourself. When I look at the energy of where you're currently at, okay, I keep being shown that there's just an ease. Like Kathy was saying, there's a comfort there. And I feel like one of the biggest things that you get at your current job is this communication, this rapport.
Yeah,
there's like a lot of just really good communication there for some reason.
If it's the same job position, okay, I feel, or one is just higher paying slightly, my boss. Oh, honey, if your boss is going out on the limb for you, trying to get this for you, 100% that is showing already how much you are valued where you are. And I think that in itself kind of is the answer. I'm not getting that same value within the new place. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not getting that same value. If it's a matter of a couple of bucks, I don't feel it's worth the change. And I feel like where you are does feel very,
It feels secure.
it does feel secure, but I'm also feeling like that your boss really has this trust and caring about you. And that's an environment that we, don't see very often in this 3D realm, right? I just feel like where you are is a good place to be. So you're asking,
it does feel,
yeah.
I'd have to say, I do feel it is a good place for Kay currently. I do feel like everything would kind of follow through with the pay raises and stuff. I do feel that movement forward. I will say this though, with the other option, the other offer, I'm being shown that at first it's going to look a little weird. It's going to be a little uncomfortable, and it's going to seem like things are being held back or hidden in some way. But Spirit does show me that this other offer does open up new opportunities.
Right.
So I'm asking a little bit more about that. And what they're showing me is that there will be more pay. Yes, they are showing me right away abundance, but they're showing me that there is going to be a sort of a crossroads spiritual lesson kind of moment that happens here, where you're forced to grow personally, individually, in different ways, and it could very well be through adversity. So I do feel like with the other offer, you are going to kind of have to meet some friction. You're going to be met with some sense of adversity, and ultimately you're still going to end up on top. But here's the question: do you want to have comfort and security and ease, or do you want to be put in positions where you're kind of forced to be at a crossroads and then forced to grow? Mm-hmm. Is going to be the biggest thing. He said he will try to get me a raise, but I'm financially stressed. I do feel like he is going to be able to do that. I do worry a little bit about empty promises with this person, just because it feels like they don't have full authority. Yeah. Like they have to
go up
else to be right, to like get you go somewhere else or through someone else to be able to get you that. But I know that this person is willing, your boss currently is willing to do that. It's just not their final say. So that's the biggest question is, are you willing to put your finances in the hands of somebody else and take that inherent trust, which Kathy and I are both feeling that this person, can be relied upon. But the other option is kind of more things being put into your hands. Again, you'll be forced to have some moment of growth, I feel, in the other place.
I'm just wondering,
could be lucrative.
I'm wondering too, if this other school or whatever, is it more prestigious, or is there like, it almost feels like, I don't know how to describe it, higher class, more prestigious. Like it just feels like there's something, maybe it's snooty people, I don't know, or people that think that they're higher up. It feels like there's some sort of level, higher, like in some way. But I do feel like there could be more opportunities from this new school. But again, that comfort level, I don't know if if there's going to be that stress. Is it going to be?
I feel it'll be worth it financially.
Yeah. Like, are you, if you can get through the first little while, whether it's going to be some resistance from others, you'll be okay, but higher class. Yeah. Higher. Cause I just kept feeling it. There was like prestige or higher class of people, something along that line. It just felt, but
I don't know. I feel wary of leaning on this current boss to get the raise. I feel a little wary about it. Like, I feel like I just keep being shown, when Spirit shows this to me, they keep showing me a very high frequency spiritual energy, which means that this person actually genuinely cares and actually does want to be able to do it. But the thing about that nature of energy is it doesn't always translate to physical. And that's my worry. That's my little that's my little holdback, and why I'm posing, these questions to you of what you want to experience, because yes, you could have all that great security of job stability currently, but if you are financially strapped and that's a big focus for you, sometimes taking the risk, and putting yourself in an unsure place is better. And what I really like about this and what we're being shown is ultimately it is going to be up to you and what you want to experience. But for me, even though there is a little bit of resistance in the other place, I just feel if pay is important, that it's going to be a more lucrative option.
If that is,
other things.
If it is going to help you into a place of less anxiety for your financial benefits, I would almost, though, before you made the final decision, is see what the boss comes up with. Don't deny the one job until you're actually seeing an offer in front of you. That's going to be basically where it's coming down to, right?
Yeah. Then you can definitely
and you can use that as a leverage, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So
he obviously wants you.
Yeah.
So this isn't to play somebody. This isn't to,
No, he's not leading you on in any way financially.
Nothing like that.
Yeah.
No.
I feel like he does want to do it, but he has to come through with it too, right? So that's the thing. And when you ask if you're going to get it, I like, for me, myself, there's a lot of energies there. Sorry, you say no. We never said that. That we won't get the raise in my current job. No, it's not that. It's because it's not just his energy. If it was up to him, you would have it, but it's not up to him. I think maybe Brandon might have picked up on this too. This might have to do with a board or other people. This might have to be run past some sort of.
Yeah, we're feeling him being on your side.
Yeah.
But the question is, is he going to be able to get them to follow through? And this is where I am feeling this, Kay. I am feeling that it's going to be quite a challenge for him to actually get all of that. He is willing to fight for you. He is willing to stand up for you and speak on your name. But I personally am feeling, I don't know what Kathy is picking up on this, but I know I'm feeling that there is definitely, if it were me, I wouldn't rely on it. I'll just say that. Because it's like, it's being shown that it's still all up in the air. And I'm just being shown that it's too lofty of an energy to make a physically reactive decision on. Meaning, you making a decision is going to physically change where you are and, where you're working and stuff like that. Like, it's too lofty to make a decision like that.
One of the things I pick up is like, there might be an offer presented that's not going to be the full offer, right? So it'd be like, this is as most as we can get, which might be like that half of the offer or half of the pay raise, or a quarter or 3/4 of it. May not be the full amount of what you would be receiving at the other place. So, and that's where that decision, is going to have to be made. But again, we both feel definitely wait for that offer to come, whatever it is.
And if you don't get it in writing,
yeah. Because I feel he's trying, he's putting that effort in, just like Brandon said, but can he achieve it? It's not just up to him. And that's where the energy,
that's kind of where it's stuck right now.
Yeah.
That's like where it's stuck right now.
Because even if you have 2 or 3 people that are like, yes, 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 and then you've got no, 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 that's going to play within that energy, right? Like, it's hard to decipher, we can't mind read in that way. So that's where, things have to change. Or even if it's just 1 or 2 people that he's got to approach for this. I feel that he's trying, he wants to come through with it, but
I will say this, you will have I think you'll have clear financial, quote unquote, upgrades at the other place. Might not necessarily be as comfortable as where you are now, but there are financial ups to the new place.
Absolutely.
So it's, again, like we said earlier, it's got to be fully your decision, but we're saying for you to get it in writing at your current job first, if they're making this promise for you to stay. Otherwise, you don't want to miss out on an opportunity. This is life. Life is meant to be lived and upgrade and evolve and take dances,
and enjoy.
Yeah, and get more money, if that's a motivation. So
awesome. Holy, that was a long show. That was amazing. So I hope we helped. How you feel?
4.5 hours, my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
I've been at the computer the entire time.
No, I just kept going to the bathroom. See, that's what you have to do. Gets you away from
Get some little breaks there.
Yeah.
I'm so grateful for all the new listeners that we had today.
Me too. Thank you so much, guys. So we will be here next Saturday, 1:00 p.m. Mountain Time, 3 p.m. Eastern. We cannot wait to see you guys. We're hoping we'll have more of our announcement as to what we're bringing in, what we're bringing through. We're so excited. You guys, please watch this week. I will be doing the videos, the weekly videos this week. We will be, I will be posting them. I really took the Christmas vacation to do what I needed to do for me. But, business as usual. We're going to be bringing those zodiac horoscopes in this for the weekly horoscopes, all of that coming up. So thank you so much. Brandon, thank you. I always appreciate you.
My pleasure, love. Always a pleasure.
So,
good way to ring in the new year.
Yes. It was a really good show, I think. It was a really good show. And you're so welcome, Kay. I hope everybody, I hope we were able to help everyone. Thank you. And I don't know, Brandon, you want to say bye-bye? You want to say bye-bye?
Just tune in next week. If you were listening in live, again, live 2, the number 2 is the discount code for 35% off of readings with me for the next week. So live 2.
Absolutely. And check out my website, see my Facebook page, message me on Instagram if you like. And you guys take care and many blessings. Have a wonderful week.
Bye.
Bye. Okay.